never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress is underway.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action.
Some reports have suggested that Democrats may protest and perhaps even disrupt the speech. New tariffs on imported goods from Canada and Mexico went into effect today. Republican Iowa U.S. Senator Chuck Grassley says he'll wait and see how it plays out.
I'm still a free and fair trader. The president won the election based on the fact that he's going to impose tariffs. Maybe it'll work and get people to the negotiating table. If he's successful, I'll say amen. And if he's not successful, I'll say I told you so.
Grassley says he expects both Canada and Mexico to respond by putting tariffs on U.S. exports going into their nations. More than half of adults around the world will be obese or overweight by 2050.
The analysis published in The Lancet also predicts a third of children will be overweight. Currently, more than half of adults who are overweight live in 8 countries: China, India, the United States, Brazil, Russia, Mexico, Indonesia, and Egypt. Experts warn if the trends don't change, the impact on health and economies will be massive. I'm Michael Kastner.
Most Americans believe it should be lights out for daylight savings time.
Before you spring your clocks forward this weekend, a new Gallup survey finds most Americans would rather stay with standard time all year round. When last polled in 1999, 73% of Americans preferred the later sunsets that come with daylight saving time, but now that number is down to 40%. 54% of Americans believe standard time is the way to go. 3 years ago, the U.S. Senate voted to implement daylight saving time year-round, but that bill then stalled in the House. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Pope Francis is no longer on ventilation after suffering respiratory problems in the hospital yesterday. The 88-year-old Pope has been hospitalized in Rome since February 14th, battling double pneumonia. President Trump announced today that the high-profile chip maker Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company will be investing at least $100 billion into the U.S.
The money will go towards building 2 advanced chip-making facilities in Arizona, adding to the 3 plants already under construction. Tens of thousands of jobs are expected to be created. President Trump said the investment will allow TSMC to start manufacturing AI and smartphone chips in the U.S. U.S. officials have grown increasingly concerned that if China reclaims the island, the U.S. could lose access to the chips, which power everything from smartphones to cars to AI. Tony Waterman, Texas.
House GOP members are reportedly being urged to stop holding in-person town hall events.
House Speaker Mike Johnson claims the GOP events are being taken over by far-left extremists.
Democrat activists who don't live in the district very often will show up for these town hall events, and they'll go in an hour early and they'll fill all the seats. And so the constituents and the people from the community that are actually represented don't even get a seat.
Multiple reports say National Republican Congressional Committee Chair Richard Hudson told members they can reach more constituents by holding virtual town halls instead. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
Say, with that, we will cue the microphone and get it underway for a brand new day. All right, gather around. Got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's going to be a rainy night outside the secret bunker and a lot of other places. But we are at 53 degrees, so ain't worried about any frozen precipitation for our area. But for many other areas, that is the case. We've got blizzard conditions. Backside of our monstrosity of a storm. Yes, snow falling tonight from the U.S.-Canadian border. Things should begin to wind down in areas like Duluth, Minnesota. Still some heavy snow coming down in Minneapolis. Snow extending down through the Omaha area, down into Topeka, Kansas. Things calming down a bit in Wichita. You started things off with strong storms and saw the transition, colder temperatures, and some snow to wind out the storm. But a lot of rain, torrential rains, flooding concerns, heavy rains from northwest Ohio, northeast Indiana, Fort Wayne to Muncie. Some of the rain moving into our area. It's light at this point in time, southwest Ohio. But you get a bit further south, got some heavier rains stretching down through Bowling Green. A pocket of heavy rain now between Nashville, making its way toward Knoxville. Then we get into the severe storms. Over the last 3 hours or so, what had been a lot of tornado warnings through the past afternoon and evening hours has transitioned into a more of a straight line wind event, with county after county falling under severe thunderstorm warnings, most of which, as I click through one after another, it's 60 mile per hour straight line winds. And you can pretty much go from the Georgia-Alabama line, from the north to the southern end of the state. Severe thunderstorm warnings. That line just pushed through Montgomery, Alabama. New Orleans, several hours ago, saw some storms. The rains have pushed off to the east and pulling up the live camera action from Bourbon Street. Mardi Gras continues in full swing for a few more hours. It is now a little after 11 o'clock Central Time. So what do they have? About 3 hours left to party. And we roll into what we know as Ash Wednesday. Fat Tuesday closing out. Ash Wednesday coming on. Hope your week's going well. We like to refer to it as Hump Day. We're going to break down what we anticipate through the overnight hours for our friends along the eastern seaboard eventually. The winds and the rain are coming your way, but tonight, just a wind-filled night. From Nebraska through Kansas, Oklahoma, then eastward we've got wind advisories extending all the way to the coastal areas of South Carolina, North Carolina, probably later this morning and into the day, maybe see at least wind advisories impacting the eastern seaboard. In the mix, we've got high wind warnings right through that portion of Tennessee there, where between, I mentioned, Knoxville to Nashville, high wind warnings on up into south central and southeastern Kentucky. As I look at some of the posts from our friends joining us early on, especially our friends there in Kansas, Norman checks in from north central Kansas. He says, high winds, 36 degrees. It's too windy to load the Big Tipper today. So he's just parked at the home 20 there. Everybody have a good morning. Stacy also checked in, 32 degrees, one windy SOB here in north central Kansas. Stay safe and stay on the ground. That's been pretty much the mode for the last several days. Now, as he rolled into a Tuesday morning, that line of strong storms had been coming together through the overnight hours. It was barreling through central portions of Texas and, of course, out and ahead of the precipitation with all those strong winds. Some of the video I was taking a look at, it almost looks like scenes from another planet. Think Mars. An otherworldly scene unfolded across parts of Texas this past day as a dust storm swept across the state, blocking out the sun, making it dark enough that drivers had to use their headlights in the middle of the afternoon. The winds, fueled by this monstrosity of a storm, swirling over the central states, kicking up the dust from the west on Monday. Winds continued to carry that dust eastward through Tuesday. It had reached downtown Dallas by afternoon. Visibility plummeted to just 2 miles, similar to a foggy day in that city. The dust eventually reached Austin and San Antonio just as the evening commute began. Ground stops were issued at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, as well as Austin's airport there. Airports, strong winds blowing dust, over 500 flight cancellations. Air quality reached unhealthy levels in San Antonio later Tuesday afternoon as that dust rolled in. An air quality index of 110, which means anyone outdoors could experience throat irritation or difficulty breathing. The dust eventually dropped on down into the Houston area this past evening. Of course, going back earlier this week, as this storm was evolving in the southwestern U.S., the fast-moving dust storm known as Haboob ripped across southwestern New Mexico. Officials at that point actually issued shelter-in-place orders. Numerous accidents reported on highways amid the dusty conditions. They dealt with near-zero visibility at times. 45-mile-per-hour winds during the worst of the storm. Of course, over the weekend, at least 4 were killed in a pileup on Interstate 10 west of Phoenix in the thick blowing dust winds at 40 miles per hour. So the dust essentially has now settled in that part of the country. What do we anticipate as we roll into a new day here? All right, more than half the country is at risk for winds that can toss around garbage cans, loose objects, impacting travel, especially at the airports, and those of you in the high-profile vehicles. Yeah, the highest gust in excess of 50 miles per hour, stretching from the plains into portions of the Tennessee Valley, on into the upslope areas of the southern Appalachians. These winds are, as we've been saying the last several nights, even independent from the thunderstorm activity that's continuing tonight. As I mentioned, the heavily populated I-95 corridor and the eastern seaboard, you'll finally get in on those winds here on the final day of this multi-day episode, Wednesday, as the storm intensifies and ultimately moves on up into Canada. The air pressure falls quickly ahead of that approaching cold front. Winds are going to be again strongest today near the coast, the Delmarva Peninsula on the Jersey Shore. You will encounter gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. Of course, the winds are expanding into more of the upper Midwest here as we roll into midweek as the heavy snow falls on the northern and western flank of this storm. That's why we have blizzard warnings and near blizzard conditions. Blizzard warnings tonight, northeast Kansas, northwest Missouri, the eastern reaches of Nebraska, much of Iowa. I'll say the western 2/3 of Iowa on up into about the southern quarter of Minnesota. Blizzard warnings tonight. As the air pressure falls, winds will be strongest. We're going to be talking blizzard conditions for several hours in portions of the states I just mentioned, Nebraska, Kansas, northern Missouri, on into Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and eventually the UP of Michigan. Yeah, similar to the southwestern U.S., a large part of the east had been abnormally dry for several months, drought conditions in place. Of course, going back to last weekend, we saw numerous wildfires and brush fires, the Carolinas, Georgia. The good news, light at the end of the tunnel, a quieter period of weather. It will follow late in the week as this storm exits into Canada and the front moves off the east coast. Generally lighter winds with the return of high pressure. But suffice it to say, it's going to be an active night, a windy night, trying to move that freight around the country. Well, here just a couple of hours ago, I guess it was, about an hour and 15 minutes ago, the president wrapping up. No, it was not a State of the Union address, technically, but it sure felt like what would be a State of the Union. Very impressive, a very positive, hopeful, inspiring speech from the president. A hopeful speech, a 90-minute address to the joint session of Congress. Yeah, he started with 6 weeks ago. I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it's been nothing but swift, unrelenting action to usher in the greatest, most successful era in the history of our country. Throughout the speech, addressing important, restoring the economy, rescuing the working class, bolstering American energy, cracking down on illegal immigration, reclaiming American sovereignty. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplish in 4 or 8 years, and we're just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back. The American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable. We are on the verge of a comeback the likes of which this world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. He went on to note sweeping accomplishments that they've made in just 6 weeks, signing nearly 100 executive orders, taking over 400 executive actions to implement the mandate and restore what he referred to as common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth in this country. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency is the most successful in the history of the nation. Lots was covered. Of course, there were a few disruptions. The old curmudgeon Al Green of Texas ultimately escorted out of the Capitol by the sergeant in arms, being the belligerent old man he is, would not shut up, said farewell to a big round of applause from conservatives in the chamber. So we'll discuss and kind of break down. There's lots to cover. Tariff. We were last night talking Tariff Tuesday as we referenced it. Kick it in this past day. Reciprocal tariffs from Canada. President Trump addressing this past evening for pretty much any country. You will see reciprocal tariffs. I don't know, is this what you refer to as a full-fledged trade war? Justin Trudeau being very boisterous, trying to implement a 25% return reciprocal tariff on the U.S., to which Trump said, well, Justin, what that means for you is you're going to have another 25% on top of you're going to be at 50% starting April 2nd. It's kind of comical. He pointed out April 2nd because I didn't want anyone to confuse April 1 that this is going to be a joke. He was very serious about that. We've got a lot to cover around the country. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, indeed. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Country Bumpkin checking in. Getting things started tonight. Be safe overnight drive, family. Spring is in the air, he says. I guess for some, tell that to the folks in parts of Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and I dealing with blizzard conditions. All right, we already said hello to Norman there, Stacy, North Central Kansas, dealing with the winds. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia tonight. 53 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Hey, Al Green, you're out of here. I loved him getting escorted out of the Capitol. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It is the midnight hour. Of course, not official until the Horse Feathers calls in and makes it so. 844-844-3388, the number to dial. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve will take your call, broadcast your call frequency over the airwaves, this great nation and beyond. Trump's speech to Congress knocked it out of the ballpark. I thought it was maybe his best. America is back, baby. That was his first statement. Of course, the far left whacked out American hater Democrats sat on their hands all night. Not one applause. As you mentioned, Green had to be removed by the Sergeant of Arms for his disruption. Obviously, we'll be discussing that tonight. I've got 51 degrees on the cruiser dash cam in southwest Ohio. Little bit of light rain. All right, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. Let's get hump day started. Hello to Roy, Northwest Illinois. Goodbye, Fat Tuesday. Hello to Ash Wednesday. Hey, Gilligan, what's happening? Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Kind of a light rain tonight, 58 degrees at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello to James. He said, after what I witnessed tonight, I cannot see how anyone could call themselves a Democrat. It's sad. I mean, when you've got an individual, they were recognizing family members of individuals in this country who have lost loved ones, killed by illegals that had been, as he said, welcomed into this country by the previous administration. You had a young man, a boy, diagnosed with brain cancer who was given maybe 5 months to live. 6 years ago, recognized by the press. How can anyone actually sit on their hands and not recognize this young man that's lucky to be alive today. His hopes and aspirations to be a police officer, President Trump made him an honorary member of the Secret Service. The incredible smile, the thrill on this boy's face. How can you sit on your hands and not recognize that? That is pathetic. But that's what we witness all evening long. If anything that Trump does, we're not going to recognize it, no matter how good it is. If you're a left-leaning wacko, the deranged Trump derangement syndrome, on full display this past evening. Meanwhile, Neil, hello, Steve, the overnight crew, 4 inches of heavy, wet snow on the south shore of Lake Superior, and it's still coming down pretty thick at this hour. Larry, hello, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, 31 in New Paltz, New York. We're back on track tonight. It's round 1 to Schenectady. There's Kentucky Ken. How you been? His morning overnight crew and Steve Sommers from old Kentucky Ken. Safe travels and prayers for all. Love my friends. All right, Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. Trump strong. What an amazing speech. Shame on those Democrats. All right. Pappy says, Big Ed, are you with me? If you can't find them, grind them. Who else we got here? There's Rob, says good morning from Centerville, Ohio tonight. Eskimo Mom checking in. Happy hump day, whatever day it is. 16 days till spring, though. Easter, 46 days away. Got a Cold Springs, Kentucky load to start the week off. Then we'll have me penciled in for Indy when I get back. Enjoying the mild weather tonight, although it is still raining. All right, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress is underway.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action.
Some reports have suggested that Democrats may protest and perhaps even disrupt the speech. New tariffs on imported goods from Canada and Mexico went into effect today. Republican Iowa U.S. Senator Chuck Grassley says he'll wait and see how it plays out.
The president won the election based on the fact that he was going to impose tariffs. Maybe it'll work and get people to the negotiating table. If he's successful, I'll say amen, and if he's not successful, I'll say I told you so.
Grassley says he expects both Canada and Mexico to respond by putting tariffs on U.S. exports going into their nations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
We turn the page on the calendar, respectively, from time zone to time zone, east to west. 5th day of March, March 5, 2025, a.k.a. Ash Wednesday. All right, we said hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 52 rain in Harrison, Ohio tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for the Tar Heel at a high rate of speed. Burning a deep trail in Pappy's backyard. Did Josh Malloy just say something about 1,000 miles in the pouring rain? Yes, he did. It's an epic night for trailer trucking, a special one-night-only shout-out to Pappy from the south side of Hamilton County. All right, rolling through. Waving a tip and a hat, ringing the cowbell, right? Roy said could be talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds there in northwest Illinois here on Wednesday. But it's 15 days till spring. Double trucker, hello, 53, light rain in Lodi tonight. Happy to be back in the truck after it was getting regular maintenance done over the past week. Been busy settling into the new house. And I'm dog tired. Right now, waiting for my meat guy and trailers at the Loves Travel Center. I'll check in a bit later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. All right, good to have you on board. Back in the saddle again, as they say. Hello to Bill. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, God bless Donald Trump. The Democrats really are no longer for the American people. They couldn't even stand and clap out of respect for the families who lost family members. And as I mentioned, yes, the 13-year-old boy with cancer. That is totally shameful. Anyway, I'm going to head over and tune into the app here in Thornville, Ohio. Well, there's Dennis. What does he say? Get rid of Musk, and Trump will go down in history as the best by the time his term is over. Dennis just really has a thing with Musk. What is that, Dennis? Anyway, who else on board? We said hello to Bob in Michigan, didn't we? Down the line, it's not Wednesday until horse feathers decrees it so. From the DTS guy. Tank, good morning. Happy hump day. A great speech from the president tonight. Well, except for the inconsiderate Democrats. These people are heartless. 36 here in Gallup, New Mexico, as we had to head to Santa Rosa, New Mexico tonight. Let's see, when your local salty, is that like a salty dog? When your local hospital closes and your granny and your disabled nephew get kicked off Medicaid, you'll know why Trump instigated chaos with his opening remarks. Gotta love the Trump haters out there. What does it take to wake these people up? Buckeye Boy, what do you got? Just east of Nashville, Tennessee, 56 sprinkling right now. Came through some hard rain, a lot of winds from Mont Eagle to get here, though. Got to see the middle granddaughter perform in her chorus before I left. Best speech ever by Donald J. Trump. And the Trump-hating Democrats disgracing themselves in such a historic manner that Republicans have all the TV ads they need for the midterms, in addition to them all voting down the legislation to ban men from women's sports. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, Uncle Chops checking in, USA. Rob said, I would love to have seen Al Green get zapped. Hit him with the taser, right? Oh, down the line we go. Jacqueline, a.k.a. Sunshine here, 56 degrees at the 19 Wilmington, Ohio. Yeah, with some light rain falling tonight. All right, it is 844-844-3388. For the day ahead, yes, Wednesday, the storm responsible for days of severe weather will indeed be shifting into the Great Lakes, kind of stretching out that wind energy, all the way down the eastern seaboard. The line of thunderstorms rolling through the East Coast are going to be moving very quickly. Now, you're not going to see storms lasting all day, but those that do form could be rather impactful. Main threat with these thunderstorms here for Wednesday is going to be, again, the straight-line winds. There's still a risk of a few brief tornadoes, some storms that could produce some hail and flash flooding. But as we roll through the day, Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, be aware of the timing with these storms. In addition to winds created by these strong thunderstorms, the overall strength of the storm will continue to produce widespread strong winds across the eastern two-thirds of the country once again. This is probably going to see more damage and power outages even outside of the thunderstorms. This past day alone, Tuesday, over a dozen states prepared for localized power outages, travel delays. A lot of airline impacts over the past day. What's on your mind as we get the new day underway? 844-844-3388. There was a lot of speculation before the president took to the podium this past evening on how the Democrats would voice their opposition. With House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries urging members of his party to avoid disrupting the event. Of course, that message must not have sunk in for some. Al Green, the Democrat of Texas, ignored that, jumping out of his seat, shouting at Trump, talking about the mandate voters gave him with the victory in November. Initially, Green's outburst was being drowned out by the chants of USA, USA, but he kept on. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, of course, banging the gavel and said, members, you are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and cease any further disruption. That is your warning. Of course, Green continued. Johnson said, members are engaging in willful and continued breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the sergeant at arms to restore order to this joint session. Now, old Al is an 11-term representative from the Houston area, continued to refuse to take his seat as directed by the Speaker, who then ordered the Sergeant of Arms, get him out of here. After being kicked out, this is the same guy, Green, who has filed impeachment articles against Trump. He did so in his first term, and he said just last month he plans to pursue Trump's impeachment again. He tells reporters that his protest was worth it to let people know that there are some people that are going to stand up to Trump and make an ass of themselves. Shortly after resuming speaking, Trump remarked about how Democrats during his first term never stood with Republicans to applaud any achievements when he addressed Congress. No matter what he did, they will never stand and cheer. This is my fifth such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me. I realize there's absolutely nothing that I can say to make them happy or make them stand, smile, or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or I could announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting here right now, they will not clap, they will not stand, they certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it no matter what. Five times I've been up here. Sad, very sad. Shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America and the good of our nation? Nope, not going to happen. 17 before the hour. All right, we'll jump over to some industry headlines with clear lines at 844-844-3388. It is, of course, tax filing season. March is underway, so April 15 will be here before you know it. An update from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, again asking Congress to restore the per diem tax deduction for employee truck drivers. On Tuesday of this week, OOIDA sent a letter to the Republican members of the House Ways and Means Committee asking them to fix what was an unintended consequences of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Employee truck drivers had been allowed to deduct 80% of their per diem rate in expenses for meals and while on the road from their taxes until the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 eliminated that provision. It eliminated several miscellaneous deductions, but of course increased the amount of a worker's standard deduction. The anticipation was they would equal out, or the standard would be better. The math didn't work out to the benefit of company truck drivers. While the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act preserved the standard per diem deduction for owner-operators or those leased to large motor carriers, truckers classified as company drivers lost this benefit, which may indicate has directly impacted the bottom line for many of these drivers. We heard from members who received an unexpected tax hike after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was enacted, in some cases for as much as thousands of dollars more than they had anticipated. So as part of reconciliation, Congress needs to restore employee drivers' ability to deduct daily meal expenses while they're on the road and maintain this benefit for owner-operators. One member from Illinois told Landline last year that the removal of the per diem delivered a big financial blow. I meant that there's about $20,000 per year that I could no longer write off, and that really hurt. I can no longer write off union dues, meal expenses, or many things that I used to. Big impact. In the 118th Congress, the Tax Fairness for Workers Act was introduced in the House and Senate. looking to ease the tax burden by workers allowing them to deduct common employment expenses, travel, uniform cost. Also aim to restore the per diem deduction for company drivers. The House version of that bill gained 204 co-sponsors. The Senate version had 40. So this is yet to be reintroduced in the 119th Congress. That's what OIDA is pretty much asking the House Ways and Means Committee to address. Since this problem has not been addressed, there are many company drivers still paying more in federal taxes today than they were before the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Removal would play a role in trucking's massive driver turnover problem that we see out there today. 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Say hello to Senor Heatwave from Phoenix, Arizona tonight, who says there's lots of homeless around the motel and restaurants. Yeah, it kind of makes one a bit uneasy walking out to grab some grub. And the way things are going, I might be here overnight. Oh boy. All right, Salty, come on. She says, nobody ejected Marjorie Taylor Greene when she hollered at Biden. Hello, who are the haters? Salty, you know there are disruptions, very brief, that occur anytime a president's doing a State of the Union. We know the country's divided. Yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's a difference in making a statement, shouting out a couple of words. Yeah, but once the speaker has to pound the gavel to restore order, they didn't even have to get to that point for Marjorie. You get the message, you sit down, you shut up. Al Green, he came in with all intentions. He knew that he was going to do this. He had all the plans in the world that he wanted to be ejected from the president's speech this past evening. There's a difference. Come on, be realistic. Meanwhile, ultimately, the president also, toward the end of the speech, kind of addressed Vladimir Zelensky and the crisis with Ukraine. There had been some reports earlier in the day that Zelensky is really kind of anxious to backtrack and get this minerals agreement signed that he was supposed to sign last Friday, as we know, which didn't occur. What a mess. It did not ultimately get... Some were saying he was going to sign it before the president took the podium this past evening. But Zelensky said he's ready to come to the negotiating table now. To begin peace talks, and expressed regret over last week's meeting at the White House and blew the minerals deal. I would like to reiterate Ukraine's commitment to peace, he says. None of us wants an endless war. Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than Ukrainians. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. I mean, that's a whole hell of a different tone than we got last Friday, is it not? Especially the last 10 minutes of that meeting in the Oval Office. Yeah, of course, the meeting began amicably and went on for about 40 minutes until things kind of unfolded. And Zelensky was the one that kicked it off, for those who've honestly viewed that. Of course, it was a Polish reporter asked Trump about being, quote, close to Putin. Trump initially responded. J.D. Vance jumped in with the response. Then Zelensky challenged Vance. We all know where it went from there. And that kind of definitely appeared that Zelensky was not legitimately ready to negotiate peace. In his post yesterday, though, Zelensky says, quote, we are ready to work fast to end the war, and laid out some possible first steps. The release of prisoners, an air and sea ceasefire. Then we want to move very fast through all next stages and work with the U.S. to agree on a strong final deal. He expressed, gratitude to the U.S. and Donald Trump personally, and expressed regret for the way the Oval Office meeting went. He said, we really do value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence, and we remember the moment when things changed when President Trump provided Ukraine with javelins. We are grateful for this. Our meeting in Washington at the White House Friday did not go the way it was supposed to be. It is regrettable that it happened this way. It's time to make things right. We would like future cooperation and communication to be constructive, he says. Now, he said regarding the agreement on minerals and security that Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time in any convenient format. We see this agreement as a step toward greater security and solid security guarantees, and I truly hope it will work effectively. Definitely a change. He's had an opportunity to sit back and kind of ponder what unfolded and look at the true facts. Yeah, I think, I don't know if he was blindsided when he sat down with the Democrats who actually egged him on, encouraged him not to accept that deal, to force President Trump to offer some sort of a guarantee militarily, which he was no way in hell going to do that. All right, 844-844-3388. What do you have on your mind? About a minute before news break here, we had 14 injured in a crash involving 12 cars on an interstate in Rhode Island this past morning. Just before 9 a.m., a tractor-trailer traveling west failing to stop for traffic, colliding with approximately 12 vehicles. 13 people, including the truck driver, were taken to a nearby hospital, mostly minor injuries. A 14th woman sustained serious injuries, not considered life-threatening, though. The 64-year-old truck driver has been charged with driving to endanger, resulting in physical injury. Somebody wasn't paying attention. We get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the American dream is surging. He opened his joint address to Congress tonight, saying America's momentum is back, and so is the nation's spirit and pride.
America's momentum is back. Our spirit is back. Our pride is back. Our confidence is back.
He said the American dream is bigger and better than before. Trump added the country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed. The president's address comes 6 weeks into his second presidency, a period that's featured massive reshaping of the federal government. A Democrat was removed from President Trump's address to the joint session of Congress. Texas Democrat Al Green refused to sit down during the speech and was yelling at Trump. House Speaker Mike Johnson warned him.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir.
Green was eventually escorted out of the building.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Republicans tried to drown him out by chanting USA. Pope Francis no longer needs the non-invasive breathing machine that he was put on after having respiratory problems yesterday. Correspondent Ann Thompson reports the pontiff suffered 2 attacks of acute respiratory failure.
Doctors perform bronchoscopies after each incident. That is where they take a tube that has a camera on it, put it in the airwaves to clean out the mucus. A Vatican source says the Pope has no new infection, nor does he have a fever.
The Pope is said to have remained alert and conscious during the procedures and slept well overnight. He will not be participating in Ash Wednesday services tomorrow. Wall Street closed sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 670 points, the S&P 500 fell 71 points, and the Nasdaq lost 65 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump will most likely announce tariff compromise deal with both Mexico and Canada soon. That's according to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He says the possible agreements could see a scale back of the 25% tariffs on imports from those nations that went into effect today, and added that the compromise with the two countries could come as soon as tomorrow. Ukrainians in Florida are speaking out as President Trump pauses military aid to their home country. Daria Robinson with Florida for Ukraine calls it extremely concerning and worrisome.
Pretty much given a carte blanche to Russia and dictator Putin, basically to attack Ukraine on a daily basis, and we don't have not armory to protect our civilians.
She's hopeful Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky can get back on track and continue negotiations following their tense meeting in the Oval Office. Trump says he's focused on peace and our partners need to be as well. California's famous bald eagles of Big Bear, Jackie and Shadow, are parents once again. One of the 3 eggs in their nest hatched shortly after 11 p.m. last night.
A pip, the first sign of hatching, appeared on the egg Sunday afternoon. Jackie and Shadow then became parents to 2 eaglets. Monday, a pip could be seen on a second egg by way of the 24/7 live stream camera monitoring the nest. The second eaglet was hatched this morning around 5 local time. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2. We'll kick things off here on a Ash Wednesday. Not a whole lot of update on the Pope this past day. The Vatican, their statement says he's no longer needing the non-invasive intubation. That he's alert, got a good night's rest supposedly last night, but remains, as they've been saying day after day, guarded. I think he's, 3 weeks now? 3 weeks in the hospital there. All right. Hey, keeping a close eye on our weather in the Deep South. Again, we continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings, one after another, now pushing through Georgia. And most of these are all 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, torrential rain. Right now we're looking at Dalton, Chatsworth, Ringgold. They're in northwest Georgia. And as the case was about an hour ago, pretty much right down the line, the Georgia-Alabama line, everything progressing into Georgia from west to east. Still have the tornado watches in place for much of the Florida panhandle, south central and southeastern Georgia, southeastern Alabama rather, and southwestern portions of Georgia. See if any. I think they'll probably be upgraded to maybe severe thunderstorm watches as the night progresses, but mostly a straight line wind event. All right. Good morning to Uber Ed.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Doing all right. Midweek is here. Hump Day, Ash Wednesday. I guess now we get to start eating fish for the next how many weeks?
I think it's 7 weeks.
All right. Lentil season is here.
I tried to call in last night, but I guess you had a lot of callers about the non-speaking English drivers out here.
Mm-hmm.
You know why they're out here, don't you?
Well, because companies are bringing them in from overseas.
No, Obama signed a bill that lets you pass the CEL test with a translator.
In a foreign language, undoubtedly that's a contributing factor, yeah. I mean, if they can't read or speak the English, they wouldn't be able to take the test.
Right. Well, that's the biggest thing on it, and the companies are bringing them over here because they can't get enough drivers over here to screw over everybody. They promise them $50,000 a year when they get out of school. It takes forever. It takes a while to make that kind of money.
It doesn't happen overnight. Yep.
Yeah, and people see all this big money on these advertisements, and then they get out here and find out they got to stay out here 3 or 4 weeks at a time, and they don't even make that much money.
Mm-hmm.
They just give up the CELs. They don't want no part of it.
And how many decades has that been going on, Ed? It's not something that just started here recently. It's been going on and on and on.
No, I've been driving since '88, and it started right then after deregulation,
mm-hmm.
and it just slowly built up. Another thing I want to tell you, I don't know if you know Minister. He was a recovering addict. I don't know. He didn't tell a whole lot of people that.
Years ago, when he would harp on why Chicago is in the position it's in, seems like he did allude to that he had been there in the streets or whatever and had drug issues when he lived up in the Chicago area.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew that or not, but yeah, he was a recovering addict.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's mainly what I thought a lot of him. I didn't agree with his politics, but
well, otherwise everything else going all right, Ed?
Yeah, I'm having to work during the night here the last couple of nights. I just heard you talking about them people. Oh, another thing, remember that Mexican driver that come off the hill out there in Colorado killed all them people?
Absolutely.
You know why he didn't take the runoff ramp?
He couldn't read the signs. He didn't know.
No, he couldn't read the sign, and his translator machine couldn't read the sign.
Yep. And that's one of many examples of the price I got Good to hear from you, Uberat. I got an email from Jeff in Iowa this past day, kind of referencing that. He said, "Good afternoon. Just wanted to share with you one of the many foreign driver hiring schemes that are out here in the U.S. For example, there's one listed." He sent me an attachment, a link. He's one listed here that has many subsidiary companies housed under the same roof, as the example shows on the Google Maps link. All 3 or 4 companies all have Chicago area code numbers, but they are virtually based out of the state of Iowa. Now, the SafeStat scores are all above the national average. Again, this is one of many examples out there, but it's like a plague in the Chicagoland area. All the storefronts with 1 or 2 people based here in the U.S., and all the support staff are in foreign countries. Many of these operations have several hundred trucks on our highways. They like to hire people using a 1099, and in some cases, you're actually a ghost employee getting paid under the table using Venmo or some sort of a cash app. Now, you have an accident or a claim with one of these operations, good luck on collecting. They'll shut down, but they'll be open again tomorrow under a new name and U.S. DOT number. And not to mention what they call their support staff from overseas. They're real good at manipulating the hours of service, ensuring you have as many hours available to drive as your heart desires. That was the case with the Triton truck out of Chicago that crashed into the bus there in Virginia, killed all those people. This is what President Trump and the new administration, in particular, the FMCSA and the Department of Transportation, are going to need to go after to clean up our industry and make our highways safer. Anyway, I'm always listening into the show. I appreciate your time. He chimes in from time to time as JS, a.k.a. Jack Shish Kebab, if you know what I mean. JS. All right, thank you very much. And that is the fact. That's why we've, as we mentioned earlier this week, from 2016, when the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance put out the order to stop making not being able to speak or communicate or read the English language no longer an out-of-service violation. It's pretty much just being overlooked all over the country. And the numbers prove fatality accidents have climbed pretty much consistently ever since then, even on top of the technological improvements, the automatic emergency braking systems, the forward warning systems, all this technology that's come to fruition since then. Those numbers should be going down. Let me jump over to Dan. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I'll tell you what, anybody that you can't be any lower than those Democrats not to stand and cheer for a 13-year-old cancer survivor.
Right.
Or not to stand and applaud a woman whose daughter was brutally raped and murdered. Or the young man whose father, I think, lost his life in the line of duty as a police officer and wanted to, or the 13-year-old wants to be the police officer. Is that right? And they made him an honorary Secret Service agent. And you can't do that. You know, I'm supposed to have lunch Friday with we're supposed to Democrats. Friends of mine, friends, quote, unquote.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm going. How the hell do you be a member of a party like that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? What kind of an SOB? You know, I hear this stuff. Well, there are some good Democrats, and this isn't your father's Democratic Party, and whatever their little cliches are. But when you got people as a group that will stand there, that'll sit there on their hands figuratively, to not applaud or stand up for a cancer survivor who's had it since the time he's 5 years old. That tells me a lot about a person, if you even want to call him that. I mean, I heard Ari Fleischer say tonight, and he's very reserved. I wish President Trump had him in his cabinet. But he said this very well could be the end of the Democratic Party. The scene tonight. I don't know if you saw it or not.
That I did not, but that's interesting.
Yeah, they literally sat on their hands, and they did not get up and clap for the the guest of honor I just told you about. And somebody like that, I mean, that's evil. I mean, I don't care who it is. I mean, if it was them and they brought an individual that had backgrounds like that or maladies like that, you know, that young lady, Jocelyn.
Yes.
They named a national wildlife refuge after her because she loved animals. And you can't find it in your heart to get up and you know, can you please tell me who's backing you? Because I want to boycott anything they sell or serve. Because they're just as evil as you are. I don't, like I say. The other thing is, I'll believe the deal with Zelensky when it's done. I firmly believe his letter had some outs in it.
Okay.
You know, I like working on it. And I mean, if he's that malleable and the Democrats can influence him, man, they've got a problem in Ukraine. I mean, they have a real problem with their president. I think what happened was, in the brilliant stroke by President Trump, when he said all aid, when Zelensky said this war is going to go on a long time, Trump, all aid stops. Immediate halt to it. And it's like, now what have we done?
Yeah, reality check. Said, uh-oh, what have I done? Oh, no. No more money from the U.S.?
Right, and I think the parliament, Ukrainian parliament, stood up and told him, look, we're in this war. We're not here in a debating society. He is an attorney, and he's also a comedian, probably more of a comedian. But anyway, you need to do what they're saying. He's saying regret. He's not saying I apologize. You know, begin working on a what framework? No, we're working on a peace agreement. And, I mean, I'm anxious to have it happen, but I don't think President Trump's going to restore aid until this agreement.
So yeah, like this is kind of a facade to get Trump to restore the financial and military assistance to make it look like he really wants to get something done. A charade.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is, I'd tell him you need to stop off at Men's Warehouse and get a proper clothing.
Right.
Wear this thing. Here's a, you know, that's I don't know if that's his trademark dress. I kind of think it is.
I think they said since the war in Ukraine began that every foreign leader he's met with, he's been dressed in that same kind of attire, either military fatigues or what he wore to the White House Friday.
Well, and I've seen him over there, and but you know, the Democrats clapped tonight one time and that was when the president said we've given them over $300 billion in aid. They stood up and clapped. But not for a 13-year-old American. Not for that. I mean, I thought the speech was very good, but I probably wish I hadn't listened to it, or I didn't watch it. My wife watched it, but because I couldn't see them not getting up and clapping, and then it was on the talk shows. And how do they spin this? I mean, how do the MSNBC and the View and them spin this? Well, they won't even bring this up. You know, and the Democrat got on. She's the senator from Michigan, and she got on and said these tax cuts are for the rich and the ultra wealthy. Well, here's the thing. All the ultra wealthy people I know, the ones I'm meeting Wednesday, are that way. They don't really. Do they live on tips? Is that how their income is? Because he's saying no, or do they wait around mailboxes for Social Security benefits? I mean, who the hell, I mean, who would possibly believe that? You know? I mean, it was a brilliant, by the way, getting back to that Zelensky deal. See, that was the talk of the talking heads over the weekend about the failure of the negotiations. Well, guess what? That issue just got dissolved. That just got over with. The guy agreed to what he wanted, supposedly, in the letter. But I did want to call in because I am so sick and tired of these people calling in and saying, well, there are some good Democrats, and there's this and there's that. Okay, those people tonight were all Democrats who insulted them. Didn't even acknowledge their existence. So where are these good Democrats? I mean, would it be fair to say that, well, there are some good things about the Ku Klux Klan. After all, they built bridges, right?
Okay.
And they built homes for people. So, I mean, right? I mean, hey, the other thing was, Steve, education advanced under Hitler. So, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like you're parsing words. No, there's nothing good about them. So, well, anyway, I've enjoyed the show. I'm sorry, I don't understand why I missed it last night. Because the app was working last night, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I think we're back on track. I think they got tonight. The permanent fix is in, and everything seems to you're working like a charm.
I think it did work. Yeah, it did work last night. What am I thinking about? I listened for a little bit, and it seems like you were busy. When you go to Rumble or those other or YouTube, do you have to sign in to is it YouTube you said you can watch it on? Because I tried doing that, and I had some problem getting it. Or maybe it showed the previous shows, but not, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not what's currently going on. But if the app's fine, I've got the app on. I've got two phones.
Yeah, I just typed in YouTube, and right on the front page there, it's. We came up right up top. Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, March 5.
Oh no! It did. It did. I'll tell you the easiest last week when I was having my withdrawal symptoms from your show was Rumble.
Okay.
I mean, I got on Rumble right away, and I've actually watched you. You know, and you do that on YouTube too. You actually watch the show.
You've got the same feed: YouTube, Rumble, Facebook. It's all the same feed. Yep.
Yeah. Well, if the app's up tonight, but yeah, I guess it was up last. Boy, last week was a disaster with that dang thing. I mean, you try to listen to it, and you think maybe you got an echo, but there's another conversation going on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But anyway, well, listen, as usual, I appreciate it, Steve, and thanks for taking my call.
Hey, good to hear from you, Dan. Thank you. Thank you for chiming in. All right, coming up, we'll delve a bit into the whole tariff issue. As everything kind of kicked in, the rhetoric is strong. Yeah, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau, which I think, I do believe we will finally be saying farewell to Trudeau. I think they're holding elections on Sunday for who his replacement is going to be, finally. I can't help but wonder if whomever replaces Trudeau may step in and immediately have a different perspective on how they're going to be addressing Trump and the tariffs. Will they come to the table and say, okay, what exactly, Mr. Trump, do you want us to do? Because what he's saying right now is they have not done enough, essentially, to stop the drugs from coming into the country. Some say there's a little bit of an ulterior motive. Is it about the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement? What sort of tweaks? What are you looking for here? None of us are going to benefit from a full-fledged trade war. Nobody needs that. But what we need is, come on, it's pretty much what occurred last Friday with Trump, telling it like it is, and all of a sudden it looks like Zelensky's crawling back on his hands and knees now, if you can believe him, saying, let's make a deal. But, of course, under Trudeau, Canadian officials announced retaliatory tariffs this past day. Trudeau warning that the trade war could hurt Americans. But in Ontario, the premier there, Doug Ford, he even went further and said his province is ready to cut off electricity to millions of Americans. In New York, Minnesota, and Michigan, they rely on Ontario for power generation. We'll pick up there after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting his crackdown on illegal immigration. During his joint address to Congress tonight, Trump said he's launched the most sweeping border crackdown in American history.
Illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Trump said illegal immigrants heard his words and chose not to come. He also called Joe Biden the worst president in American history based on what Trump said were hundreds of thousands of illegal border crossings per month. The president challenged Democrats to join him in applauding America and the administration.
And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
Trump invited Democrats to stand and applaud at what he saw as positive momentum. They declined, leaving only Republicans standing and cheering. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Prices at the pump. Yeah, we had seen diesel prices going up the last couple of weeks. National average was up about 6 cents. Prices beginning to fall. All regions reporting prices fell over the past week. East Coast down more than 5 cents per gallon. Central Atlantic region down 4 cents. The largest drop on the east came from the lower Atlantic, dropping from $3.70 a gallon to $3.64. Midwest also saw a 6 cent decline to $3.55 per gallon. Gulf Coast region down nearly 7 cents, down to $3.34 per gallon. Now, of course, again, diesel prices in our area, regular old gas prices have trended downward in recent weeks. I saw one station down to $2.47 a gallon last week. They've been kind of jumping $2.47. They were back to like $2.67 yesterday, but $2.67 a lot better than $3.39, which not that long ago we were jumping back up. All right, let me get back to the tariff war, the trade war. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford. I'm trying to remember. Was that the guy that was drunk all the time, had some issues with drugs? I thought that was him. I cannot remember for certain. But he's still in charge, I guess, right? He said yesterday, if they want to try and annihilate Ontario, I will do everything, including cutting off their energy with a smile on my face. Now, Trudeau was speaking from Ottawa. He tried to direct his comments directly to the American people. He says, quote, I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and an ally. We don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down. Inflation is set to rise all across your country. Your country's chosen to put American jobs at risk at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada or a combination. They've chose to launch a trade war that will first and foremost harm American families. While speaking to reporters at a mining convention in Toronto, Ford said he would be happy to shut down power to America. They rely on our energy. They need to feel the pain. They want to come at us. We're going to come back twice as hard. Now, Ford suggested the provinces are united with the federal government in Canada to respond. The provinces have a big say, but it's the federal government that's leading the charge, he said. But we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder no matter who's in the federal government. I didn't start this war, tariff war, but we're going to win this tariff war. He said Ontario was tearing up a contract with Elon Musk's Starlink company worth $100 million because the tech billionaire's backing of the tariffs. The stock market reacting with a minor crash that erased all the gains since Trump won the election. Trump responding to the threats in a post via Truth Social. Please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. All right, who's going to give in here, right? Reciprocal tariffs. He addressed that in his speech here just a few hours ago. Here's what he had to say. Rather than April 1. He made the remarks that the other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. This system is not fair to the United States. It never was. So on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of an April Fool's Day. Now, just one day costs a lot of money, but we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. Whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. We've been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth. We're not going to let it happen any longer. Much has been said over the 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they have allowed fentanyl to continue coming into the country. So at the moment, that's where things stand. It is 844-844-3388. Well, let's make it official.
There you go, Your Honor. So, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Here it is, Ash Wednesday.
Officially.
Ash Wednesday.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Hump day.
I thought you said. I thought you were talking about a donkey Wednesday. Ash Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. You got to get the soot put on your forehead, right?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right. So, hey, last night you guys were talking about President Clinton there and how, some of the people that would go to have a meeting with him would be talking one way, and then he'd open the door and invite him in and pat him on the back and talk to him a little bit, and they'd be all happy and cheerful. Is it possible he was handing out cigars in those meetings, about maybe out of his personal collection of cigars? Maybe when they got in there for those meetings that, he was having cigars handed out? Just wondering, because, there.
I think that would have. I think that would have been appropriate tonight.
Yeah, possibly. You think the Democrats could have used some cigars handed out?
No, they needed crying.
Maybe it would have made them
They needed crying towels.
Yeah, they did. By the sounds of it. Oh, I wish I could have gotten to see that. But now we were been out here working for a while, so we didn't get to catch that. We'll have to see if we can find some replays. I'm sure there'll be some replays about it.
Absolutely.
But,
I mean, I was doing my show prep, so yeah, I pulled it up on Newsmax. I had the audio playing, and from time to time I would click back. You know, when I would hear the applause ringing out, I'd flip over to kind of see what's going on visually. But for the most part, I got to listen.
All right. Oh, so you talked about fuel prices. I don't know where you found your reports from, but I can tell you from 8 o'clock, Monday night to about 8 o'clock Tuesday night, diesel fuel jumped about 20 cents a gallon here in Maryland that I've been by. Because I was running by prices there. The one station I know was $3.44, and last night when I went by it, from the previous night it was $3.44 to last night when I went by it, it was at $3.59 for diesel, and gasoline didn't change. And then the next station up the road is an independent station, and they were at $3.29 the previous night because I was actually going to think about stopping and putting fuel in there. And because I need to throw a little bit in, and heck, they were $3.49, Your Honor. So
those numbers would be reflected in next week's report. So we'll see how much of a change. Obviously, they came out with this on Tuesday, so the numbers that I just shared, obviously last week's numbers. So okay, we'll see what kind of a up and down, or what would be impacting 20 cents, a pretty significant jump in prices in a very short time. All right, he lost his connection there. Must be in a bad zone. 17 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Getting back to quickly Justin Trudeau. Yeah, like the American people are sitting on edge. Yeah, we were all tuned in, as many were to hear Trump. We're all anxious to hear what Trudeau has to say. No. But he's trying to address directly to the American people. Now, they point out Trudeau often sits with his legs crossed. He knows a little something about what governments do to their own people, as he's trying to talk down to us. Your government has chosen to do this to you. I mean, especially in the trucking industry. We remember 2022, the crackdown on the Canadian truckers, the Freedom Convoy, protesting their tyrannical COVID policies that he forced on his people. They used a number of excuses, including one's past support for Trump, to justify freezing the truck drivers' bank accounts. And it was interesting, as he was directly addressing the American people, oddly enough, he did not get around to even mentioning the word fentanyl until nearly 2 minutes into his address. He spent most of his time talking about emotional manipulation by feigning concern for me and you, the American people. Your government has chosen to do this to you. Now, Trump, of course, neither likes nor fears weak, puny authoritarians like Justin Trudeau. Hence his swift reply to his message, which we just shared. Please explain to Governor Trudeau, when he puts on a retaliatory tariff, our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. Does anyone doubt that this is going to end in Trump's favor? Really? Honestly? One user on X likened the clash to a game of chicken between a Toyota Prius and an 18-wheeler. In a transparent attempt to manipulate Americans emotionally, Trudeau said, "We don't want to see you hurt." Now, of course, he meant that he and his fellow globalists never wanted you to notice how long and how bad they have been fleecing us in reality. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. It appears the American Trucking Association is on that bandwagon of, what was the word we talked? Tariffageddon, the fearmongers. What did they have to say this past day? We'll tell you coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, so as the Tuesday tariffs went into effect on our trading partners, one of the largest trucking trade groups is trying to warn the White House. This could have a devastating impact on the U.S. trucking industry. Obviously, yesterday, fulfilling the promise to impose a 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada, an additional 10% on China. Part of the strategy to stem the flow of fentanyl into the U.S., curb illegal immigration, resulting in the immediate imposition of tariffs from China, Canada, and Canada on U.S. goods. Mexico plans to announce some sort of retaliatory measures in the coming days, they say. The American Trucking Association's issuing a response to the new tariffs. The group praised President Trump for taking action against drug and human trafficking, but warned, on the other hand, that the trucking industry could suffer unless a deal is reached quickly. All right, I've got the statement from the ATA president, Chris Spear, who says truckers live in every state and community throughout our country. We have seen firsthand the devastating effects of fentanyl and the humanitarian crisis caused by unchecked illegal immigration. President Trump has rightfully placed an emphasis on tackling these challenges, and the trucking industry is committed to being a part of the solution. This is why we're raising public awareness and supporting legislation to remove deadly fentanyl from our streets, backing efforts to increase the security and efficiency of our borders, and training our workforce to recognize and report instances of human trafficking. As we work to make our communities stronger and safer, we must also avoid unintended consequences that could exacerbate another one of Americans' top concerns: high prices for goods and groceries. With the success of the U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement and the growing trend of nearshoring, the North American supply chain has become highly integrated and supports millions of jobs. Imposing border taxes on our two largest, most important trading partners will undo this progress and raise costs for consumers. The 100,000 full-time, hard-working truckers hauling 85% of the surface trade in goods with Mexico and 67% of the goods traded with Canada will bear a direct, disproportionate impact. Not only will tariffs reduce cross-border freight, but they will also increase operational costs. The price tag of a new truck could rise by up to $35,000, amounting to a $2 billion annual tax and putting new equipment out of reach for the smaller carriers out there. The longer tariffs last, the greater the pain for truckers as well as the families and businesses we serve. The Trump administration knows our industry well and understands how vital trucking is to our economy. President Trump proved his deal-making skills during his first term negotiating the USMCA. To prevent unnecessary economic pain, the trucking industry urges all parties come to the table once again to swiftly reach a new agreement, which is kind of what I was saying a bit ago. It's if it were all about fentanyl and illegal migration, it's one thing on the southern border. I don't know how much they've stemmed the flow of drugs or fentanyl coming out of Mexico, but as we shared last evening, there hasn't been a whole lot of fentanyl actually ever apprehended at the northern border. I think there's the ulterior motive of, again, when it comes to trade deals, kind of sitting down at the table and maybe some tweaks to the USMCA, although Trump did not come right out and say that this past evening. All right, so that's where we stand. It is 844-844-3388. Hump Day coming on. Well, the president did address the Panama Canal this past evening in his address. Now, word comes down this past day that a Hong Kong-based conglomerate has agreed to sell their controlling stake in a subsidiary that operates ports near the Panama Canal to a consortium, including BlackRock Incorporated. Now, there's a name that we recognize. BlackRock owns, how many trillions of dollars worth of, what we have in our 401ks is owned by BlackRock. But this will effectively put the ports under American control after President Trump alleged that the Chinese interference with the operations of this critical shipping lane. In a filing, C.K. Hutchison Holding said they're going to sell all shares in Hutchison Port Holdings and in Hutchison Port Group Holdings to this consortium, a deal valued at nearly $23 billion, including $5 billion in debt. This deal will give the BlackRock consortium control over 43 ports in all in 23 different countries, including the ports of Balboa and Cristobal in Panama, as well as others in Mexico, the Netherlands, Egypt, Australia, Pakistan, and elsewhere. Now, they said the transaction, which must be approved by Panama's government, does not include any interest in a trust that operates ports in Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and South China, or any other ports in China. In addition to BlackRock, there's a New York-based global investment management company with $11.6 trillion in assets under management as of December 31. That consortium includes the BlackRock subsidiary Global Infrastructure Partners and Terminal Investment Limited. This deal gives them 90% interest in Panama Ports Company, which owns and operates the ports of Balboa and Cristobal there in Panama. Some 70% of sea traffic that crosses the Panama Canal leaves or goes to U.S. ports. We, of course, built the canal in the early 1900s, looking for ways to facilitate the transit of commercial and military vessels between the coast. Washington relinquished control to Panama in 1999. That treaty, signed in 1977 by Jimmy Carter. Trump has claimed that Jimmy Carter was foolish and essentially gave the canal away. He said $1 last evening. Now, Trump and his supporters have also complained about the fees that the ships are being charged to use the waterway, alleging that China's been operating the canal, which that's an assertion denied by Panama. We'll pick up there in our next hour. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting some of the main campaign issues during his address to a joint session of Congress.
Our country will be woke no longer.
Trump touted going after diversity, equity, and inclusion hiring practices at the federal level, and then spoke about his efforts to end federal funding for schools which allow transgender women to compete in women's sports. Trump says he ended the Biden administration's electric vehicle mandate. The president praised Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency.
He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here.
The tech billionaire was in the gallery during the address. Trump then listed what he called wasteful government spending, including millions spent overseas on social issues. Republicans laughed and booed as Trump listed the spending, while Democrats sat stone-faced. President Trump says the GOP-led Congress is going to balance the federal budget. He said his plan for the gold card will assist with that.
These people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs.
He said the gold card is going to be sold for $5 million and will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world get on the path to U.S. citizenship. Trump says the gold card recipients will pay a lot of money, and that will help reduce the national debt. Wall Street closed sharply lower today.
Fears of an escalating trade war rattled markets, with Canada, China, and Mexico all announcing plans for retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. Gains in NVIDIA and Alphabet helped the tech-heavy NASDAQ nearly recover after a 2% slide. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 670 points, the S&P 500 fell 71 points, and the NASDAQ lost 65 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Vice President Vance says a deal can still be reached between Ukraine and Russia.
There are a lot of details to be worked out. There are a lot of questions about territory, about everything else. We want to have that conversation. We're not saying that we're committed to one pathway or another. We're just saying you can't even bring the peace to the forefront if the Ukrainians aren't willing to negotiate in good faith.
Vance's comments come after President Trump ordered a pause on all military aid to Ukraine yesterday. The White House says the U.S. is pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing towards a solution. Ontario's premier says Canada is set to retaliate against tariffs the U.S. imposed on his nation.
Doug Ford told NBC News the tariffs will be an absolute disaster for both nations, and Canada will respond like the U.S. has never seen before. Ford says he'll stop his province's shipments of nickel, which would negatively impact American manufacturing. He also threatened to shut down the electricity which flows to the U.S. The 25% tariffs on Canadian and Mexican goods began this morning. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Los Angeles fire chief is still out of a job. Kristen Crowley requested her job back during an LA City Council meeting, but lost 13-2. Crowley was fired by Mayor Karen Bass after what some are calling a mismanaged response to the devastating wildfires, which torched parts of Los Angeles. Crowley also spoke out against the mayor and her cuts to the fire department. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we kick off another hour as we roll into a Wednesday. Midweek coming on, closing out Mardi Gras. What do they have left? About an hour before the Mounties take to the streets. Everybody, get your drunk ass in bed. It's over. That's pretty much what's it akin to. And then the street sweepers will come out. They'll be cleaning things up. What a mess. What a mess they leave behind. All right, as we kick things off with clear lines at 844-844-3388. Good morning to Rainmaker. Checking in from Thailand this morning. He said, I watched the president's speech on YouTube, and it's so childish what the Democrats have become. The Republicans would have been prosecuted, and the liberal news media would have a field day talking about the bad behavior. Steve, do you remember the .com back in the late 90s? Yeah, they're going to see something similar, but hundreds times worse because of super intelligent artificial intelligence. We have AI agents who are replacing a lot of people's jobs right now. On YouTube, a lot of people are making money by setting up these artificial intelligent agents. When everyone has one, we will have worldwide massive unemployment. India, the Philippines, where you have the most customer service workers. Then you'll have the self-driving taxis and trucks. We are working on robotic surgery, robotic nurses and maids. Places like America, Canada, Europe can do a living wage, but India, the Philippines, Asia, they're not going to have that. People need to be ready for what's about to happen. Interesting you'd mentioned the customer service agents. I saw a report here a couple of days ago that we can all pretty much identify. You dial a customer service number. You're trying to reach someone here in the U.S., whether it's your credit card, whatever, utility, and you get someone on the line that, I can't understand a word you're saying. Can you find someone that can speak English? Supposedly, they're using AI intelligence to have those individuals talking into a system that's, I'll believe it when I see it, but it probably will happen. They will be able to take that barely able to speak English and run it through the computer, and it'll sound like you're talking to Joe Smith in Colorado. The voice will, something we're going to be able to understand. We'll see when it all comes to fruition, but that's how things are changing. Yes, and eventually, I think he's right. You'll be able to dial that number, and the computer itself, the artificial intelligence, minus any human interaction, will pick up the line and go through what your needs or concerns are. AI. The more and more I learn and hear about it, the more I feel kind of on the lines of Brother Rambler that the AI may be the demise of the human race. How do we keep it under control? Anyway, let's move on down the line. James says, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump's ratings are up 5 points by Thursday. All right. And he also said, as far as our storms, that squall line is moving through the Atlanta area. Okay, so, we're still seeing 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. We're sweeping right through the heart of Georgia tonight with the torrential rains. Princess notified me that she spoke to one of her sisters there in northwest Georgia. It was a little bit rough, but no tornado warnings. It had the high winds, strong storms. Everything's kind of pushing off to the east now. So back to the BlackRock deal. What are you thinking regard? I don't know if this is a good thing or not necessarily. I know we have our concerns about just how much. You've got BlackRock is one of two conglomerates that own nearly half of the Fortune 500 companies, like majority stakes in this country. They own everything. Now, Trump and his supporters have been complaining about the fees that ships are charged to use the Panama Canal, alleging that China has actually been operating the canal. Panama said that's not been the case. But back in January, Ted Cruz, chair of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, raised concerns that China could very well exploit or even block passage through the Panama Canal and at the ports. This gives China ready observation posts to take action. This would be an acute risk to our national security. Obviously referencing if something happens between China, Taiwan, China's going to be ready to pounce all over us, hacking into all of our necessary needs, the water system, the electric system, you name it. They've been positioning themselves. What about the ability to shut down the interstate highway systems? The ability to shut down our shipping into and out of the country. That led Secretary of State Marco Rubio to pay a visit to Panama early last month. Spoke to the president of Panama, saying you're going to have to reduce China's influence or face potential retaliation from the United States. Now, Panama's president rejected the idea that China had any control over those canal operations. But a matter of days later, Panama pulled out or quit what was known as China's Belt and Road Initiative following that visit, which drew condemnation from Beijing. While a lot of attention was focused on Trump's threat to take control of the canal, the administration actually trained their sights on Hutchison Ports and the Hong Kong-based consortium that manages those ports at either end of the canal. Now, Hutchison Ports had recently been awarded a 25-year no-bid extension to run the ports. But an audit looking into that expansion or extension was already underway. Observers believed that audit was a preliminary step toward eventually rebidding that contract. Rumors had swirled in recent weeks that a U.S. firm close to the White House was indeed being lined up to take over. Now, the co-managing director of C.K. Hutchison issuing a statement this past day that the transaction was, in his words, the result of a rapid, discreet, but competitive process where numerous bids and expressions of interest were actually received. But again, that essentially putting those ports, under American control once again. See where that goes. All right, ready or not, we're just a couple of days away. Are you ready to spring forward this weekend? Most of the country springs forward Sunday for daylight savings time. Yeah, we're going to lose an hour of sleep. That's, in most cases, does more to leave us tired and cranky the next day. Darker mornings, more evening light together knock our body clocks out of whack. Meaning daylight savings time can usher in some sleep trouble sometimes it's weeks or longer for some people. Studies over the years have found an uptick in heart attacks and strokes right after this spring forward every year. Doesn't seem to happen as much when we fall back, but every year, springing forward. Get ready. There are ways we can get ready to adjust. including getting more sunshine to help reset our circadian rhythm for healthful sleep. Starts at 2 a.m. Sunday. An hour of sleep vanishes. This will reverse on November 2nd when we fall back as daylight savings time ends. Of course, we know Hawaii, most of Arizona do not make that switch in the spring. They stick to the standard time year-round, along with Puerto Rico, American Samoa, Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Worldwide, dozens of countries also observe daylight savings time, starting and ending at different dates than we do. Some people try to get ready for daylight savings time by maybe going to bed a little bit earlier, several nights ahead. 1/3 of American adults already not getting the recommended 7 hours of nightly sleep say catching up can be difficult. Our brain, they tell us, has a master clock that is set by exposure to sunlight and darkness. That circadian rhythm is a roughly 24-hour cycle, determining when we become sleepy and when we're more alert. Now, I've said for years, as far as us third shift workers or wise old night owls, that circadian rhythm is totally screwed. The patterns, they say, though, change with age. One reason that early-to-rise youngsters evolve into hard-to-wake teens. Morning light resets the rhythm. By evening, levels of a hormone, melatonin, begin to surge in our bodies. That triggers that drowsiness. Too much light in the evening, that extra hour of daylight we get, delays that surge, and our cycle gets out of sync. Sleep deprivation is linked to heart disease, cognitive decline, obesity, many other problems. And that circadian clock affects more than just our sleep. It also influences things like our heart rate, blood pressure, stress hormones. Fatal car crashes temporarily jump in the first few days after that spring time change. The risk is highest in the morning. Researchers attributed that to sleep deprivation. But there's the cardiac connection. The American Heart Association points to studies that suggest an uptick in heart attacks on the Monday after daylight savings time begins, as well as in strokes for 2 days afterward. Doctors already know that heart attacks, especially severe ones, are a bit more common on Mondays, generally speaking, and in the morning when blood's more prone to clotting. Researchers don't know why the time change would add to that Monday connection, but it's maybe the abrupt circadian disruption, exacerbating factors like blood pressure in people that are already at risk, they say. So if you can, they say, try to gradually shift your bedtime 15, 20 minutes earlier here over the next several nights before we spring forward. Maybe get up a little bit earlier each morning as well. Go outside for the early morning sunshine in the first week of daylight saving time. Another way to help reset your body's internal clock. Move up the daily routines like dinner time, or maybe when you exercise or hit the gym. Afternoon naps and caffeine, as well as evening light from phones and other electronic devices, can make adjusting to an earlier bedtime even more difficult. We will spring forward this weekend. Get ready. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We'll give a shout out to Richard this morning, who sends me an email this past day, who says, "Hey Steve, Rich, long-time listener of yours. I've called in a couple of times. Hope you're doing okay. Haven't been able to listen in a while, but I was just wondering if maybe you can put the word out. Just got my CDL license this past Tuesday from Napier Truck Driving School. Maybe if anybody has any ideas, anybody around the Cincinnati area that might hire, so I can get some experience. Hope to hear back from you." I guess traditionally that's one of the hardest things to do, right? Fresh out of driving school, finding someone willing to give that new driver a chance out there. So I'm kind of on the outside looking in. I live in the area, but I have no idea where a good place to start might be. Maybe some of our area drivers can chime in, maybe send me an email or give us a call, and I'd be happy to pass it on to them. Where do you start? Got to start somewhere. You got to pay your dues, right? Got to work your way up. Richard, I guess if you've listened for a long time, you know you're not going to get rich overnight, right? It's going to take you some time. Got to get some miles under the belt, but I hope all goes well, and I'll pass any information I can find along. Surprised Brain Dead didn't bring this up yesterday morning, where Yellow Corporation revealed that they had come to terms with non-union employees regarding that failure to provide 60 days notice ahead of the layoffs in 23. Friday filings in the federal bankruptcy court in Delaware showed that the settlement amounts. The defunct LTL carrier has settled worker adjustment and retraining notification or WARN claims from 2 separate plaintiff cases for a total of $12.3 million. First, we had the Moore class, a group of about 3,200 non-union employees, so named for the lead plaintiff. They will receive payments totaling $8.75 million. The agreement requires the parties to release one another from further legal action pertaining to the WARN Act. The releases do not cover other employee claims alleging missed payments for health coverage, paid time off, and commissions. Counsel for the Moore class will receive 1/3 of the settlement amount. That's the lawyers, plus litigation cost and other expenses. The 3 Moore class representatives will get $25,000 each for their service on behalf of the class action members, with the remainder presumably split across all the claimants. So I don't know, break it down. You take your $8.75 million, whack 1/3 off the top, plus additional expenses, $25,000 for the 3, which that won't be a big deal, but what's left to be split up among 3,200 workers. Most former employees in the Moore class had already signed severance agreements releasing the company from further liability. The court previously ruled that those agreements were enforceable. Then there was another group, the Coughlin complaints, 492 mostly union employees will get $3.55 million for both their WARN and paid time off claims. Attorneys for that class will be paid $1.75 million plus $60,000 in expenses. Mutual releases will also be required there. But of course, the court ruled Yellow was not liable for WARN claims for the 22,000 union members. The fact that it made its last shipment hours before laying off the union employees meant they were merely a liquidating fiduciary at the time, not still an employer that would have been subject to the WARN Act. All right, Grasshopper. It's been a while since we've heard from the Grasshopper. What's happening out there?
Oh, just trucking across 80, coming out of Rock Island, back to Lafayette. I think I was in the eye of the storm over there because it was calm and a little bit foggy, no wind. But I know the farther east I go, I'm going to get away from that low. It's going to start hitting me. But, yeah, tell that guy to try to get into LTL, Old Dominion, SDs, any of them. Start making money right off the bat.
Do you know?
White's got White.
Do you know if any of them actually will hire someone that doesn't have like a year or two under their belt?
Yes, yeah, they do it now. They'll hire anybody now.
Okay.
Sure enough. Yeah, our company does. So
interesting.
The wife's got COVID. She's had it for several days, and she's still testing positive. And people keep telling me to get some ivermectin for her. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I don't know if I do get it, how much does she take and how often?
I mean, I know you can consult if you've got a physician that's honest with you. I mean, I know my brother-in-law who has some immune issues to begin with. He's got a doctor that would prescribe him the pills and had the dosage laid out. So,
well, they said you can get it like like Rural King or family or farm department stores for.
That's gonna be the animal ivermectin. That's what stirred up all the controversy back during the heart of the COVID. There is the actual medication manufactured for human consumption that a doctor can prescribe for you.
Okay, all right. Well, she don't get over it soon, I guess. I don't know if our doctor will do that for her or not, but I've been fighting that nasal thing for over a month, finally getting over it.
Right.
Ridiculous. But I can see you're getting close to the break, so I'll let you go, brother.
All right, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. Indeed it is. All right, 844-844-3388. Back after a news update, rolling into a hump day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting his crackdown on illegal immigration. During his joint address to Congress tonight, Trump said he's launched the most sweeping border crackdown in American history.
Illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Trump said illegal immigrants heard his words and chose not to come. He also called Joe Biden the worst president in American history based on what Trump said were hundreds of thousands of illegal border crossings per month. The president challenged Democrats to join him in applauding America and the administration.
And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
Trump invited Democrats to stand and applaud at what he saw as positive momentum. They declined, leaving only Republicans standing and cheering. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, picking back up there on a Wednesday morning. I see Brain Dead's on the line. Yes, I did indeed. I looked, I had it right before me. We wrapped things up yesterday. I said, I never got around to our interesting facts of the day. So here we are on a wacky Wednesday. Now, Dingbat said it's nice to have a silent night as Brain Dead's out harassing traffic. But the hound's snoring, not a whole lot better. But Mr. Peabody warming up the Wayback Machine. All right, today's notable birthdays. In 1910, Momofuku Ando. Is that a name you recognize? Not me. He was the inventor of ramen noodles. Born on this date, 1932, Earl Woods, father of Tiger Woods, born. In 1958, on this date, Andy Gibb of the Bee Gees, the Gibb brothers, born on this date. Of course, today is Ash Wednesday, as well as National Cheese Noodle Day. It is National Learn What Your Name Means Day. I don't know what my name means. It is National Equal Pay Day. It is National Absinthe Day, or better known as the cocktail. The Green Fairy. I mean, it's National Potty Dance Day. All right, Dingbat, explain that. I don't know what a potty dance is. Never mind. Is that kind of like when Jerry Nadler is doing the shuffle to get off the stage because he crapped his pants? That would be the potty dance, right? I got to get there. All right, the Wayback Machine. What do we have? All right, so here we go. Now, 1770 on this date, the Boston Massacre occurred. 1807, Beethoven's famous Fourth Symphony was performed. In 1836, this was the date, Samuel Colt patented the Arms Manufacturing Company to Texas, the Model 36 caliber pistol. 1853, on this day, Steinway & Sons Piano Company starting business. 1948, the V-2 rocket was launched at 4,000 miles per hour, reaching an altitude of 65 miles, and took the first pictures of the Earth. 1960, on this date, Elvis left the Army. And 1968, the Solar Explorer 2 was launched to study the sun. Oh, and we have 1982, the Russian spacecraft landed on Venus and actually sent data back. There you go. That's it for Ash Wednesday. Have a great day out there. Morning, Brain Dead. Delivering the groceries, I presume.
No, actually, I have something other than groceries tonight, believe it or not. And
really?
It's actually a thing called mulch.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. I look, it pays my salary. I'm not going to complain because I've got 2 stops here in Jackson, Mississippi, and then I want to slide it back north. But I want to give you a what they call it, a little teaser for tomorrow. This is going to be one you will not want to forget. Trust me. There's something big that happens. And I'll leave it at that. Just don't forget tomorrow. There's something big that happens in the history world tomorrow.
Okay.
Trust me. But anyway, back to your little story that you read of Yella. Now, I didn't see that yesterday, or the night, yesterday morning when I called you.
Yeah.
Because we did not know the amounts of what was settled. The only thing we knew is these scumbags, Yellow Freight, settled with these people. And it just goes to show what kind of a scumbag company they really are. They were really that bad. They would rather rob Peter, Paul, and Mary to pay to pay the management. They didn't give a crap about the employees. They sat there and said that we were laying people off. Bull duty. I'm calling bull duty because I never saw anybody get laid off. Not once. I don't know about Heat Wave or anybody else that worked for Yellow or Holland or any of the other companies, because I was in the docks. And generally, if there was a layoff, that happened in the docks, not in the Lion Hall, but in the dock. And in the last about 2 to 3 weeks of the closure, you could kind of feel a disturbance in the force.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of knew something was happening. You just didn't know when it was going to happen.
But the irony that all the layoffs that occurred apparently based on this were non-union employees. Lock, stock, and barrel, huh? How does that happen?
There was no layoffs.
Well, okay, that's
Period.
what I'm saying.
There was no layoffs. Yeah, there was no layoffs at all. Because people quit, people got fired, they hired people. That was just you were just thinking it was an average, everyday, normal week. You see somebody for months and months and months, and then you go, hey, where's whoever at? Mm-hmm. He went on to another job. Or, hey, we got this new guy starting up. But it just goes to show you the kind of scumbags they really are. And like I have said before, management got their money, they turned the lights out and went home. What happened? Screw the rank and file and everybody else. Because when we closed the doors, there were people coming out of the woodworks going, hey, if you were working at Yellow Freight and you know, when they close, call me and I'll help Sue and get the most money possible. And because I had participated in one of those, class action deals. And then they finally said, well, you know, we're going to drop the union part because the Teamsters have got their own attorney that's going to handle your part of the Warren Act claims.
Mm-hmm.
And we were led to believe that we were going to get all of our money. And it really infuriates me and ticks me off, because I got another word on my mind, but I'm not going to say it. But it ticks me off that management people are getting $1.7 million plus $60,000 in expenses. Well, what about me? What about Heatwave? What about, you know, everybody else that was union? Shouldn't we get more than what we're owed on our Warren Act claims? I mean, we're going on what? Going on 2 years now with this BS going on? I mean, it's really sad. And it's really sad that they write these laws and they find a loophole. Now, Yellow is fighting in the New Jersey claim of this because they've already settled. New Jersey has already said that they've got to pay up. Yellow's got to pay up. And if the idiots, politicians that we have, and I'm not picking on one particular side of the aisle, but if the idiot politicians were smart, they would take a page out of what New Jersey is doing with their Warren Act. Because from what I have gathered and what I have been told, they have some of the toughest and strictest Warren Act claims, Warren Act laws in the country.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it just it proves to you these scumbags are trying to get out from paying people. But what are you going to do with the extra bit of money? Why not just cut us all of our money? You have billions left over. I mean, it's not like anybody's going to starve. And the other thing, too, is why these attorneys are making good money and we're the one that's getting the shaft?
I think that's the answer to the question. As long as you can keep litigation going on, right? Because what was that number? The attorneys out of the 8.75 million, the attorneys are going to get a third of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
I saw
keep the litigation going, and eventually you can run the kitty dry, and the lawyers keep getting rich.
Yep. That's the only people that got rich. I mean, maybe I should have went to school and flunked out and said my name was a lawyer. I mean, I don't know, but they said that I saw that not long into this bankruptcy, the attorneys for Yellow were charging over $1 million a month, and I don't know if I sent Heatwave that or not, and I don't know if I sent you that or not either. But it showed some of the breakdown, the cost of what they're charging, and is like ridiculous. It is a ridiculous amount of money. But now, correct me if I'm wrong, but can't the judge in these say, hey, look, I know you're charging Yellow $1 million a month. Sorry, we're not going to honor that claim. We're going to cut that down to $500,000 a month. And if you don't like it, go pound sand. Can they not cut back on the attorney fees?
I guess the judge is in charge.
Well, I hope something comes out of this, because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this crap. I'm on several of the Yellow Facebook pages. We're getting sick of it. We're getting tired of it. I know Heatwave's getting tired of it. Mm-hmm. I'm getting tired of it. What else is left? I mean, they've already settled our vacation pay and our grievance pay and our paid time off or sick pay. They've settled all of that. Where's my check?
Yeah.
Where is my money? That's all I want to know. Where's my money? Because Dingbat will tell you, right now we could use that money. We could use it bad. Trust me, I'm not going to go into too many details.
Sure.
But,
I think we
speaking of
understand.
that-
We all understand, yes.
Yeah. By the way, I know you had a check-in from Senior Slacker, but he hadn't called in yet, has he?
He has not. Have not heard. I don't know. It sounds like he might be stuck in Phoenix or something with the homeless people.
No. He doesn't want to really tell you what's going on, Steve. He really doesn't want to tell you what's going on. So I'm going to give you a behind the curtain peek of what's going on with him. Now, Auburn and Texas A&M play basketball tonight. Now, Auburn's the number one team in the country, Steve, and I can't remember. I think A&M's like 22 or 23. They're down there at the bottom like normal. However, A&M put a butt whooping on Auburn tonight and beat them, and I believe that was in Auburn if I remember right, and I could be wrong. So he's out partying and celebrating that Auburn went down. It's just like I am so happy that Auburn went down because March Madness is here. I can already feel the love, buddy. But all right, well, I'm going to get out of here. I got to go make my deliveries.
Make the few bucks, right? Okay. Eskimo Mom chiming in this morning. Obviously responding to Richard. Several folks responding to Richard there. Sunshine said you've got... Is it Sewell, Sewell, is it Sewell Motor Express out of Wilmington, Ohio? Maybe an opportunity to start. Eskimo Mom said for the driver just getting started, you could start by maybe seeing what companies are going in and out of warehouses and check with them. You can check with the various job search websites. I drive for U.S. Express, and I've been Meyer dedicated for nearly 13 years now. Now, they train newer drivers and have multiple opportunities, team, regional, dedicated, such as Kroger, Meyer, etc., depending on certain qualifications. Now, like Steve said, you're not going to make a lot of money the first couple of years, but once you get your foot in the door and keep your CDL clean, opportunities, better pay, better schedules open up, of course, as you get more experience. It is 844-844-3388. Thanks so much for those offering a couple words of advice.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
here on a hump day. Things rather quiet this morning. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. That's what Pappy did. Morning, Pappy.
Yes, sir. What's happening, Steve? Hey, for your caller or the guy asking about the only one I could think of at the top of my head was Conway. If any of your listeners are familiar with them, they're either off of Route 4 or 747 over in the Tri-County area, I believe.
Okay.
They got a big warehouse, too. Back in the day, my construction days, used to go out and pick stuff up from there. And I know they got their own trucks and stuff, too, so that might, I don't know. You never heard of Conway?
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. Look them up. That's smack dab here in the Cincinnati area.
And there's a lot of there's a lot of trucking stuff out there, toward the Tri-County area. You get out there to the Tri-County exit, make a left. There's all kind of trucking stuff out there.
Yeah, yes, sir. Steve, I was able to watch the speech. Probably 95% of it, anyway. Man, Steve, I don't know. I thought it was one of Trump's best speeches that he ever gave, man. I mean, and he's on Steve, when I tell you that these Democrats hate you, hate me, hate us, Steve, their actions speak volumes. I'm telling you what, Steve, when they gave that boy, when the director of the Secret Service came in and gave that boy his ID and badge, I almost started to tear up there a little bit,
right,
Steve. I'm telling you, man.
And the thrill, the thrill that you could see in that boy's face. He was honored. How could you not applaud for that?
And he turned around and gave that director a big hug.
Yep.
His dad was so proud of him, holding him up, and they sit on their freaking hands. Man. I'm done with him, Steve. I'm telling you, man. When he was talking about the rare earth mineral deal with Monica, and he said, "What do you want the war to go on for 5 years?" And I guess what's her name shook her head yes.
And he said,
he called her out.
Pocahontas wants it to keep going for 5 more years. Go figure.
Yeah.
Pocahontas.
And he just shook his head in disbelief. He just shook his head like, what a bunch of idiots, man. They're going to start World War III. They're just going to get us all nuked, man. Oh. Yeah, man, I don't know. I was tickled pink with the speech, obviously, the left. And he was right, dude. He could say anything, Steve. And they just got that Trump derangement syndrome. No matter what he does, they just can't stand the man. And I'm not sure if I could figure it out. Is it all because of Hillary? I mean, I don't understand why they hate this man so much. All right, buddy. That's really about all I got, man.
Trump did an excellent job of keeping his cool. I mean, aside from Al Green, there were throughout the speech there were comments coming from the peanut gallery out there, but he was not distracted.
Yeah.
He did not get confrontational. He was very presidential, positive, forward thinking. That was a great speech.
Remember the other night when I talked about being able to keep your cool, where Monica Lewinsky was not able to keep his cool in the Oval Office?
Yep.
He's playing with the big boys. Trump kept his cool tonight, man. He really did. Steve, I was screaming at the TV when that knucklehead Green got up. Okay, I was screaming at the TV. I didn't know if they could or not. They probably can. I'm throw his ass out. And I saw JD. He was kind of giving the thumbs, like with his thumb, like get him out of here, man. And the speaker finally, gave him a couple chances to shut up, and he just didn't. So he get him out of here.
That's it.
God. And then you see all the little signs are holding up.
Yes, false, not true, not true, false.
Musk steals or something like that. Oh, God. What a bunch of goofs, man. Sundance's family members.
Is it true that
all right,
did Elon Omar actually, was she the one holding up the sign that said deport me now?
I didn't see that.
No,
I wish. Wouldn't that be funny though if Tom shit, what's his name? Take on it. ICE leader there.
Homan. Yeah,
wouldn't that have been funny if he would have stood up, walked over, and grabbed her by the arm? Let's go, honey.
Well, you're out of here.
Dude, you're out of here too. Oh man. Steve. I mean, think of this. How comical would this be if they actually found out? There might be some evidence here to show that she entered the United States under some false pretense here, and if they could actually renounce her citizenship and kick her ass out of here. Dude, how bad would that be, man?
I mean, they've been talking about it for years, but that would be justice served, if you ask me. But all right, thank you much. Pappy, have a good morning. It is 844-844-3388. Newsbreak, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the American dream is surging. He opened his joint address to Congress tonight, saying America's momentum is back, and so is the nation's spirit and pride.
America's momentum is back. Our spirit is back. Our pride is back. Our confidence is back.
He said the American dream is bigger and better than before. Trump added the country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed. The president's address comes 6 weeks into his second presidency, a period that's featured massive reshaping of the federal government. A Democrat was removed from President Trump's address to the joint session of Congress. Texas Democrat Al Green refused to sit down during the speech and was yelling at Trump. House Speaker Mike Johnson warned him.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir.
Green was eventually escorted out of the building.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Republicans tried to drown him out by chanting USA. Pope Francis no longer needs the non-invasive breathing machine that he was put on after having respiratory problems yesterday. Correspondent Ann Thompson reports the pontiff suffered 2 attacks of acute respiratory failure.
Doctors perform bronchoscopies after each incident. That is where they take a tube that has a camera on it, put it in the airwaves to clean out the mucus. A Vatican source says the Pope has no new infection, nor does he have a fever.
The Pope is said to have remained alert and conscious during the procedures and slept well overnight. He will not be participating in Ash Wednesday services tomorrow. Wall Street closed sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 670 points, the S&P 500 fell 71 points, and the Nasdaq lost 65 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump will most likely announce tariff compromise deal with both Mexico and Canada soon. That's according to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He says the possible agreements could see a scale back of the 25% tariffs on imports from those nations that went into effect today, and added that the compromise with the 2 countries could come as soon as tomorrow. Ukrainians in Florida are speaking out as President Trump pauses military aid to their home country. Daria Robinson with Florida for Ukraine calls it extremely concerning and worrisome.
Pretty much given a carte blanche to Russia and the dictator Putin, basically to attack Ukraine on a daily basis, and we don't have not armory to protect our civilians.
She's hopeful Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky can get back on track and continue negotiations following their tense meeting in the Oval Office. Trump says he's focused on peace and our partners need to be as well. California's famous bald eagles of Big Bear, Jackie and Shadow, are parents once again. One of the 3 eggs in their nest hatched shortly after 11 p.m. last night.
A pip, the first sign of hatching, appeared on the egg Sunday afternoon. Jackie and Shadow then became parents to 2 eaglets. Monday, a pip could be seen on a second egg by way of the 24/7 live stream camera monitoring the nest. The second eaglet was hatched this morning around 5 local time. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we officially cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into Ash Wednesday, otherwise known Hump Day on a normal week. Looks like Gary's on board. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. Happy holiday. It's not a holiday for me. It's Ash Wednesday, but okay. 844-844-3388. See what Pup has on his mind. Morning, Pup.
Hey, how's it going, bud? Just out here playing in the rain.
Another day in paradise. Say we had the rain earlier. Now the winds are indeed starting to kick out there.
Yeah, I'm still down here in Kentucky, and it's raining, and you can tell the wind's picking up. Got a big weekend planned. Got to get my little greenhouse started for the garden this summer. But, hey, I guess that happened while I was inside on the dock getting my paperwork. But somebody called in, brand new CDL holder, wanted to know about a job.
Yeah, it was a gentleman that actually, he's from the Cincinnati area. He said he's Richard, long-time listener, sent me an email. Just got his CDL from Napier Truck Driving School, I think he said Tuesday.
Okay. I do know our Estes there in Cincinnati, they're all the time looking for drivers. P&D, which is pickup and delivery and stuff in your home every day, or they've got scheduled runs or line haul runs. And but if he's a first-time driver, getting in on the ground floor on a LTL company is the best thing I can tell him. And they will hire you. That way they can train you the way they want you trained. But other than Jolly's company, all the rest of them you have to have doubles and triples, and we all have to have all the endorsements. Hazmat, bulk tanker, and doubles and triples.
Okay.
But I can guarantee you this. It takes 3 years to get up to full pay, but whatever I don't know what they're starting them out at now, but I guarantee you it's more than what an over-the-road driver's making when they first start out.
Okay.
So he can start out making really good money and just keep his nose clean and his driver's license clean, and he won't have any troubles.
Okay.
That's about my best advice for the day. So we're back here listening in the rain, so have a good show.
All right, Pup, thanks for chiming in. Appreciate your advice. And it is 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. The Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act has been reintroduced in Congress last week to dedicate federal grants specifically for increasing available parking spaces that are desperately needed by truck drivers during your off-duty hours. Latest version of the bill would set aside $755 million over 5 years. So fiscal year 25 through 29, that would be available through a competitive grant program. We've been here, done this. We had similar legislation introduced in 2021 and again in 2023. Representative Mike Bost of Illinois, who reintroduced the bill in the House along with Representatives Angie Craig and Pete Stauber of Minnesota, introduced the bill on the Senate side. And let me see, I know firsthand how difficult and dangerous it can be when American truckers are forced to push that extra mile looking for a safe parking place. Owner-operators and carriers as well have been pushing lawmakers on the issue as one of their top concerns for at least the past 5 years. I can tell you firsthand, when truckers don't have a safe place to park, we're in a no-win situation. We either continue to drive fatigued or out of legal driving time, or we park in an undesignated, often unsafe location like the side of the road or an abandoned lot, forcing truckers to make a choice between safety and following the hours of service rules. The current situation is not safe for the driver. It's not safe for others on the road. Chris Spear of the ATA calls the lack of truck parking unacceptable risk. Congress needs to step in and provide a solution. So when they talk about grants, projects eligible for grants under the legislation would include new standalone safety rest areas for truck parking or adding parking spaces adjacent to private commercial truck stops or travel plaza. Federal funds could also be used to reopen existing way stations, safety rest areas, or park and ride facilities for specifically commercial truck parking. That's the gig. All right, Daryl this morning. See what he's got on his mind. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family in the house, Stryker?
All doing well, thank you very much. A little breezy out there in Fairfield this morning.
I imagine. I had my window open at the foot of my bed, and I went over and closed it a while ago. It was getting a little breezy.
Little chilly, yeah. It's 55.
My ears perked up when Happy was talking about, Papa was talking about Conway Trucking. My son's named Conway. And there's a Conway Shoe Company in New York I always looked at when I drive down through the streets of New York. And it's a kind of unusual name. You don't see it everywhere. There's a reason why all those small trucking companies and big trucking companies are in Cincinnati area. They used to tell us, I run LTL for 5 years, and they say that Cincinnati is within 500 miles of 50 million people.
Correct.
If you think about it, Detroit, Cleveland, Rochester, New York, Jackson, Michigan, Chicago, St. Louis, and we're right here in a hub where we can reach out to 50 million customers. I was interested in your talking to the band last night about the crypto coin.
Yes.
And he kept talking about a ledger where you could keep up with all of anybody could see what you bought and what you purchased just by going online. And I thought, well, what if Epstein had crypto coin in his day? It'd be easy for you wouldn't have to use a lawyer. You could just go online and see who used crypto coin. And I think that's the greatest fear of anybody using crypto coin. They don't want to be traced, and they don't want the government to know what they purchased and who they dealt with, especially in business.
Right.
How's your puppies doing that you're training?
Puppies doing well. I cannot believe how fast these puppies are growing. Man, oh man. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just in a matter of weeks, it's like he's doubled in size since we got him.
And I guess the feed bowl has doubled in being empty.
That would be affirmative.
It's back to the pet store for some more food, or Rural King, or wherever you get it from. My buddy that has the chickens is leaving for a week, and I'm going to be feeding chickens again. And I thought, I'm down to one egg, so they lay 2 or 3 days. So I'll get me a dozen eggs while he's gone.
There you go.
But I have to feed them in the morning when they wake up, and feed them in the afternoon, and then put them to bed. So it's a routine. He's got about 23 chickens.
So how often you got to scoop up the chicken poop?
They've got they're free range, so they're outdoors, and so they got plenty of room for all that.
Okay.
But when they're setting, it amazes me. They sit on eggs for 22 days. And sometimes you see a chicken just sitting for hours and hours on eggs, and I wonder when they go get a drink, because there's no one else to sit on their eggs. I was in El Salvador, and chicken eggs hatch in 22 days, and turkey eggs hatch in 30 days. And so after 8 days, they put 6 chicken eggs under that turkey, along with his maybe 6 or 8 eggs. And that turkey will take care of those chickens as well as the turkeys for 4 months after they're born. And I found that fascinating. To see a little chicken walking around with a turkey. I'll let you go. Enjoy your show. And I especially enjoy Stayville. It makes them 2-cycle engines run after setting all winter.
Yes, indeed. Hey, it won't be long, Daryl. We're going to be busting out the lawnmowers, the weed eaters, the leaf blowers, and all that good stuff. Getting ready for spring and summertime. It can't get here soon enough for me. Yeah, not that I'm a big fan of having to mow the lawn, but 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
We all know that the Democrat Party has been totally out of touch with the reality on the ground in the American populace when it comes to the southern border, illegal immigration, overwhelming majority support, upholding the rule of law, right? One key reason Donald Trump is back in the White House, as a matter of fact. Another where they are just totally out of touch with the American people. Biological males participating in women's sports. Someone asked a good question. If biological males can participate in female, why do we have the WNBA, women's? Why do we have women's Olympians? It makes sense. There's a reason there are women's divisions and then there's men's sports. There is a difference. But we got the official word from the Democrat Party this week. In the United States Senate, there was a bill presented to them to prevent men from participating in women's sports. Could not reach the 60-vote threshold to pass the filibuster Monday night. It was right along party lines, 51-45. There were actually 2 Democrats that abstained from voting. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which would have required Title IX to treat gender as, quote, recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. And it would disallow any adjustment for it to apply to gender identity. Introduced by Senator Tommy Tuberville, over 40 co-sponsors in the Senate, it would also codify one of Trump's many recent executive orders that would give the policy better longevity. So what we have is, yes, the executive order, at least between now and the end of Trump's current administration, barring a Republican loss and a Democrat takeover, which the following president, if a Democrat were to win, could immediately roll back, allowing men to participate. This would have had Congress acting, making it a permanent thing. As Breitbart News reported last month, the president signed this executive order to rewrite federal Title IX education rules, as the president mentioned this past evening, to withhold federal funds from any school that allows transgender athletes to play as females. Another aspect of the order would charge the Department of Homeland Security with the task of denying visas to foreign trans athletes who want to enter the U.S. to compete among women, which they have already said that is not going to happen coming up in the Olympic Games there in Los Angeles. Ain't going to be no men competing with women. Riley Gaines called out the senators who opposed the bill on Monday and publicly asked Senator Slotkin if she supports men participating in women's sports. It's not just federally elected Democrats who hate women. It's proving to be virtually all electric Democrats at all levels. Here's proof from tonight's vote in Minnesota, where all House Democrats voted no on the Preserving Girls Sports Act. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, one of the self-described moderates in the Senate, later took to social media to declare himself an ally of transgender athletes. He said the small handful of trans athletes in Pennsylvania in a political maelstrom deserve an ally, and I am one. Depersonalized as they, them in a political ad, but they're just school children. empty show votes or cruelty on social media are not part of a thoughtful, dignified solution, he said. But here's where the reality is. American people overwhelmingly support keeping men out of women's sports. A majority that's only grown in recent years. The latest New York Times Ipsos poll said 79%, nearly 8 in 10, believe trans athletes should not be allowed to participate in women's athletics. So you've got 8 in 10 Americans. But the Democrat Party is siding with the other 2 in 10. I guess there's a reason, and Trump pointed that out as well. He pointed directly to his right, where the Democrats were seated, and let them know, elections have consequences, and if you don't support... He was talking about the tax cuts, actually. That the Democrats better vote to support these tax cuts. His no tax on tips, his no tax on overtime, his no tax on Social Security. If you do not support this, there's a good chance you're not going to get reelected. He pointed that out. You can add that on. How is it they can support men participating in women's sports? I can't grasp it. All right, but I don't have that disease. The Democrat disease. All right, we're going to get Sunshine. Got you coming up here. Let's see, who else we got on there? Is it Dingbat, I believe? Maybe check it in. Okay. And we're going to touch on the latest on the measles, one of the most contagious viruses in the world, spreading around the country. The number of states reporting cases is growing. There's been 3 distinct outbreaks, at least 164 reported cases. Now, 9 states. The largest continues West Texas. 146 cases there. While the focus in recent weeks has been on Texas, 8 other states have confirmed cases. According to the CDC, 9 cases confirmed in New Mexico, and at least 1 case confirmed in Alaska, California, Georgia, Kentucky, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. I think New York, that was the latest one where, what was it, a Chinese national flying back to the U.S. here a week or 2 ago. I believe it was Newark Airport, took a shuttle bus, and they're telling everybody that would have been on those buses, that been on that flight, to go get tested. They anticipate they're going to start seeing cases, but it takes 7 to 14 days for people to start exhibiting symptoms. They do say, on average, 1 infected person can infect about 15 other people. And there's only a few other viruses that exist out there that even come close to that. So monitoring closely, what's RFK Jr. have to say about that and the vaccines? More to come.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the American dream is surging. He opened his joint address to Congress tonight, saying America's momentum is back, and so is the nation's spirit and pride.
America's momentum is back. Our spirit is back. Our pride is back. Our confidence is back.
He said the American dream is bigger and better than before. Trump added the country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed. The president's address comes 6 weeks into his second presidency, a period that's featured massive reshaping of the federal government. A Democrat was removed from President Trump's address to the joint session of Congress. Texas Democrat Al Green refused to sit down during the speech and was yelling at Trump. House Speaker Mike Johnson warned him,
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir.
Green was eventually escorted out of the building. Republicans tried to drown him out by chanting USA. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Okay, lines available at 844-844-3388. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was also in the House this past evening for the President's address. The new Health and Human Services Secretary, since being sworn in on February 13, his department has canceled infectious disease meetings, begun reviewing contracts with some of the vaccine manufacturers. They tell us more changes are on the way. People familiar with the matter told the Journal that Kennedy's considering potential new members for a committee that issues recommendations on American vaccine protocol and is also weighing a new conflict of interest policy for the panel that would disqualify some of the current members. They're looking into areas that they oversee to try and understand the root cause of chronic illnesses, while also reevaluating the conflict of interest policies. Now, Kennedy absolutely will live up to his word in taking in expertise and science from all sides. From one of the Kennedy supporters, founder of Moms Across America, her nonprofit is opposed to pesticides and genetically modified foods. But President Trump brought up a valid point, that was pretty mind-boggling this past evening when it comes to the rate of autism in this country. He pointed out that, I don't know, how many years ago was it? I can't remember off the top of my head, but he said it used to be 1 in 10,000 children experience some form of autism. Today, it is 1 in 36. Something out there is causing that rate to skyrocket in our children in this country. That's one thing that RFK is going to be looking to get to the bottom of. There have been some studies over the years, pointing to some of the ingredients, the chemicals that are in some of the vaccines may be indeed a contributing factor. That's what he wants to get to the bottom of, but I found that interesting. 1 in 36 kids. Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning. I'll tell you what, I hope the people takes and looks at these Democrats and vote their butts out of there. They're actually doing war on women with that voting against
men and women's sports.
That bill to keep men out of women. Yeah. Because men are built differently and they're got bigger lungs, they got bigger limbs, they got bigger muscles and all that.
Yep. And correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, isn't the Democrat Party the ones out there that's been trying to tout themselves as years as the champions for women's rights? It doesn't sound like they're championing true women to me.
True. I know when I was growing up, I went through a stage of being tomboyish. I'd rather play with trucks than I would dolls. But that's being a kid.
Yeah.
The other thing about our company is that they go down to Nature's and hire from there. That's why I suggested Sewell.
Okay.
That's who I work for. I've been here 13, 14 years now.
Okay, that could be a starting point.
Yeah, because they hire out of school.
Okay.
And best bet, if he wants to get up to a better job, stick it out for a year or 2 years if they can before they move on.
Mm-hmm.
But we got box van trailers and flatbed, and they've got curtain. They had curtain side at one time, and they've got bulk tank too. But I'm just a van driver. I do that dedicated out of DHL. But other than that, you pretty well stole my thunder on that Democrat thing.
It was pretty disgraceful what we witnessed, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I agree with a lot of them that was Trump's best speech.
Well, sunshine, good to hear from you this morning. Trying to find a way to stay out of the wind. It's the winds are howling out there, much of the country. Looking at some of the advisories taken down in Kentucky, they're talking, it's wind advisories, not high wind warnings, but Gusts up to 45 miles per hour. Looks like your advisory continues to like 7 o'clock Wednesday evening here. Wednesday, Ash Wednesday. The Weather Service office in Louisville. So numerous areas there in the bluegrass. 20 to 30 mile an hour winds, gusts 45 to 55. Yeah, that's portions of south central Indiana, east central, north central, northwestern, and south central Kentucky. So through windy day, much of the day, the wiggle wagons will be wiggling out there. I'm talking about, the men in women's sports. That's in most cases, that's what it's the trans. It's the individual that was born as a male and wants to become, transform. I believe I'm a man trapped in a woman's body. Yeah, we know all that stuff. It's a different take for a female that would like to maybe participate in male sports. I can reflect back to young Max, who wrestled for years, went to state on several occasions, and of course Luke went on. He just graduated a couple of years ago as a graduate of the Fighting Illini. Yeah, excellent wrestler in college wrestling. But I remember several times when we went to some of the divisional tournaments, there was a young female. So we're talking going back to it was either late middle school or early high school wrestling. There was a female that was trying to participate in the male wrestling. Yeah, some of the males would actually wrestle her. I believe, there were some. Max was one of those who said, "I'm not going to get on the mat and physically fight a female." So he and several others actually forfeited their matches. Now, this was not a female transitioning to be a male. It was just a female that felt that she could compete with the males. There were some differences of opinion, but I respected Max's take that, the brought up, you do not strike a woman. Yeah, you don't fight a woman. And he refused to get on the mat with a female. Wouldn't want to hurt the young girl. Different scenario, but I don't know, maybe your take. I thought that was maybe it's the inbred redneck. I bet that's the case.
Yeah, buddy, it's me, Lord. That robot, he's messing up. Buddy, maybe you need AI. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's pretty much what this is. I mean, voice recognition technology. But I was just thinking, if this artificial intelligence cannot discern your hillbilly inbred redneck lingo, how in the hell is it going to translate somebody from India that cannot speak the English and try to translate that?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get their order of couscous out there at McDonald's or whatever goes on over there, you know. But, I mean, it's crazy. You was talking about that wrestling stuff. Oh, buddy, I mean, I don't mind to wrestle any woman in this world. I mean, I tell you what, now some of them pretty tough, and they've been
there's a difference in getting in a pool full of Jello with a nearly naked female, or spreading out a big old bottle of baby oil on a rubber sheet. That's different than getting into the ring trying to physically dominate them, is it not?
Well, Steve, I mean, to me, everything else is fake wrestling. I mean, if it ain't got baby pudding or mud involved, it ain't real wrestling.
Right.
Yeah, and we don't wear no uniforms. I seen them fellers in college and whatnot. And high school, they wear them uniforms, and they got them things they put on their ears. And them guys on on TV, you know, they're running around in shorts and they got bathrobes and everything. What we do it up here on the Mountain Buddies, we just go full raw, old school Roman Greco.
There you go.
Yeah. But, buddy, I watched a little bit of that president's speech there. I was hoping to hear him say something about the strategic crypto reserve. And I think the markets were kind of like keying up for it, but I hadn't checked it tonight, but it looked like to me earlier today it was just been bouncing around the past day or so over this stuff, but crypto's highly skeptical and highly ridiculous at times, and but I mean, maybe somebody watched the full speech could tell us if he said anything about crypto.
I was listening in, half listening, trying to do show. I don't think I ever heard anything brought up about that, though. I did not.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going on there, but I mean, there may be some people out there confused, Steve. I seen that first part. I don't know if other people seen this or not. You know, they doing all the pomp and circumstance, and he was coming out, coming down there shaking hands and whatnot. Somebody threw something at him.
Oh, yeah?
I hadn't heard anything about that. It looked like a napkin or maybe a letter or something. I don't know. But if anybody got a chance, kind of like watch it back to that part when he's, out there shaking hands, and you'll see it.
Huh.
And there was a woman out there that was trying to give him a hug, and she put her hand up awful high. I don't know if old Trump was worried about getting his hair messed up or whatever, but he grabbed her hand and pulled it down, and then he kissed her on the cheek and went on. I mean, that's just some weird stuff I seen there. And then, that Al Green fella. Now, I've got to clear something up about that so people don't get confused. Now, I am a big Al Green fan, believe it or not, but that Al Green you've seen tonight is not the Al Green that I'm a fan of.
Yes. You're talking about the chart-topping singer, Al Green.
Oh, yeah. When we do wrestling up here on the mountain with the Redneck Girls, buddy, I like to play a little bit of Al Green. It gets me in the mood, you know what I'm saying? And the girls like it. And my little secret love sauce is to just lay it on out there, play that Let's Stay Together, even if it's your first night together. Now, daggone, that does something to them women now, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't nothing that the 70s soul music can't fix now. I figured that out a long time ago, buddy. But yeah, I mean, the other night I got cut off on you. I told you I was working on this house up here for my daughter. And I went down to the rock quarry there, and they wasn't supposed to get in there till 5, but the girl from the scale house come in there, and I was holding over the brake, and she come up and said, I guess you're ready to get some gravel, ain't you? I said, yeah, it got a little bit crazy there in Bird Island, Kentucky, buddy. I hated to leave you hanging there. all that.
Well,
that's
it's
the main reason I called.
sounded like we still had a connection because I had come back to you there, but I mean, it sounded like I could hear something shuffling in the background, but I didn't know.
It's all right, buddy. I mean, I just felt like I let you down and let the listening public down and all that, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, so I am only a human, Steve. I do have faults, so you know. But later on, after I got me a scoop of gravel out there, I was listening, and you had the PK filler on there.
Yes.
I was listening to them. I tend to agree with them. I mean, crypto right now for me and a lot of other people, I don't see much of an upside, and I tend to agree with them. I don't think it's a good time to get in if you ain't already in. You know, I think the profit potential is not necessarily there as far as, especially the big ones like Bitcoin. You know, yeah.
So I guess are you planning to tune in live to the Bitcoin conference there coming up Friday?
Well, a lot of years I do. I've got very limited holdings of it right now. I think I've got maybe $6,000 worth of Bitcoin right now, which ain't much. So, but you know, a lot of times I will analyze the market, and what I'm looking at, you know, you always get these pumps and dumps and pump and dumps. And, I'm thinking this thing is going to go on down, and I'm looking for a buy-in at $50,000 to $75,000. Just to be honest with everybody, that's what I'm looking at. So,
I mean, someone last evening, I don't know if you caught last evening's program, I think it was Scenic Route that was talking about, he was focused on, it was XRP, otherwise, you know, Ripple or XRP. You're trying to kind of sell that it's going to be the next big thing, the next big coin. And I was kind of doing some Google searches on XRP, and I mean, one headline says it's going to be headed for $100, and then another headline says it could be the next 18-cent coin. I don't. How do you know? Or you don't, I guess.
Yeah. It's a lot of speculation, a lot of what ifs and everything else like that. But out of all the cryptos now, I will say that XRP or Ripple, it's pretty much the same stuff. It's got a better use case than most of them. Basically, what it was developed for was basically money transfers, everything else like that, and especially between banks. You know, right now we're on a SWIFT system, you know, and they're hoping that they can use XRP and it'll work a lot faster.
Okay.
Then, you know, that's one of the reasons that, you know, a paycheck or a financial institution may send you money, but it's popping up 2 days later. It's that bank system that's on SWIFTs. And XRP, from everything I've researched on it, could be almost instant, you know. But they had some problems, you know, daggone SEC was up in them. Trump actually had a meeting with the guys that, you know, kind of run Ripple and XRP. it's not a bad one to look into. If you're looking for, minimum dollar investment with big potential, in my mind, XRP Ripple, it would be on the top of the list.
Okay.
And so I can understand where whoever this is coming from. At one time in the past, I held on to it, but they had problems with the SEC multiple times. And they had finally, beat back the SEC so many times that they were going to sue the SEC for, messing with them. But when Trump got elected, he met with those guys and told them, hey, drop it. Maybe a little bit of, him talking about XRP, but, to me, on the whole crypto deal, it's going to matter who they're going to select into this,
this whole reserve.
Crypto coins are going to put in this. Yeah.
That's the word they used, reserve. All right, did we lose the inbred red? I think we did. All right, so rolling toward news break, about a minute away. So we'll take care of that. And what do we have? We'll have our final hour coming up. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Yeah, some people are looking at, Trump made some sort of a, Freudian slip during his speech last evening. I guess when I know he recognized Elon Musk and the work that he's done with the Department of Government Efficiency while discussing Doge in the speech. Trump mentioned that the unofficial agency is headed up by Musk, who's in the gallery tonight. But supposedly that was not their story last week. I mean, we know Elon's he's heading it up, but he's not running the show per se. That there are dozens of others, that he has hired, some of the most intelligent, brilliant minds, many young people that are kind of going page by page, line by line through the code. But all right, see if I can find out more on that. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting some of the main campaign issues during his address to a joint session of Congress.
Our country will be woke no longer.
Trump touted going after diversity, equity, and inclusion hiring practices at the federal level, and then spoke about his efforts to end federal funding for schools which allow transgender women to compete in women's sports. Trump says he ended the Biden administration's electric vehicle mandate. The president praised Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency.
He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here.
The tech billionaire was in the gallery during the address. Trump then listed what he called wasteful government spending, including millions spent overseas on social issues. Republicans laughed and booed as Trump listed the spending, while Democrats sat stone-faced. President Trump says the GOP-led Congress is going to balance the federal budget. He said his plan for the gold card will assist with that.
These people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs.
He said the gold card is going to be sold for $5 million and will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world get on the path to U.S. citizenship. Trump says the gold card recipients will pay a lot of money, and that will help reduce the national debt. Wall Street closed sharply lower today.
Fears of an escalating trade war rattled markets, with Canada, China, and Mexico all announcing plans for retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. Gains in Nvidia and Alphabet helped the tech-heavy NASDAQ nearly recover after a 2% slide. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 670 points, the S&P 500 fell 71 points, and the NASDAQ lost 65 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Vice President Vance says a deal can still be reached between Ukraine and Russia.
There are a lot of details to be worked out. There are a lot of questions about territory, about everything else. We want to have that conversation. We're not saying that we're committed to one pathway or another. We're just saying you can't even bring the peace to the forefront if the Ukrainians aren't willing to negotiate in good faith.
Vance's comments come after President Trump ordered a pause on all military aid to Ukraine yesterday. The White House says the U.S. is pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing towards a solution. Ontario's premier says Canada is set to retaliate against tariffs the U.S. imposed on his nation.
Doug Ford told NBC News the tariffs will be an absolute disaster for both nations, and Canada will respond like the U.S. has never seen before. Ford says he'll stop his province's shipments of nickel, which would negatively impact American manufacturing. He also threatened to shut down the electricity which flows to the U.S. The 25% tariffs on Canadian and Mexican goods began this morning. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Los Angeles fire chief is still out of a job. Kristen Crowley requested her job back during an LA City Council meeting, but lost 13-2. Crowley was fired by Mayor Karen Bass after what some are calling a mismanaged response to the devastating wildfires, which torched parts of Los Angeles. Crowley also spoke out against the mayor and her cuts to the fire department. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, final hour underway. Ash Wednesday upon us. What do we see? The big storm that's been sweeping from coast to coast throughout the week. A lot of winds continue through the day ahead. But ultimately, a lot of rain and wind will be arriving for our friends in the east and the northeast today. AccuWeather forecasters say there is the likelihood of ice jam flooding, urban flooding, and quick rises on some open streams and rivers in that region. Now, some of the recent mild weather has either reduced or, in some cases, wiped out snow cover and ice on rivers in some areas of the Midwest and Northeast over the past week. But there's still some deep snow and ice on some of the rivers from Wisconsin and northern Michigan to upstate New York on into northern New England and southern Ontario and Quebec. These are the areas that are going to be prone to flooding from this storm. Same system that's been triggering the severe weather outbreak further south this week. Now, in some cases, like the upper Midwest, the southern tier of Canada, heavy rain will compensate for lower temperatures in the 30s to lower 40s. In areas a bit further to the east, upstate New York and northern New England, only a light to moderate amount of rain will fall, but the surging temperatures, 40s, 50s, and maybe even some temperatures near 60, is going to accelerate the melting of the snow cover there. One zone we're watching closely is northern Wisconsin to northern Michigan for significant stream and river flooding. The Sault Ste. Marie and Marquette, Michigan areas, as well as Rhinelander, Wisconsin, some of the towns in the northern U.S. at risk for maybe significant flooding. Enough rain will fall where snow's on the ground or where large piles of snow block storm drains that could lead to urban flooding with potentially deep enough water on some streets and highways to stall vehicles and block traffic. Canadian major metro areas, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City, Toronto, likely to experience some urban flooding problems from the thaw and this storm. Greatest concern is where there's enough runoff in area streams and rivers that are frozen to lead to ice jam flooding. Okay, 844-844-3388. Final hour, and, there's Brother Rambler joining us this Ash Wednesday.
That's right. Praise God. I'm glad to be on the air with you, God's children. And Ash Wednesday, what does Ash Wednesday mean? Well, we just got finished celebrating this big holiday called Mardi Gras.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a 2-week celebration of getting all the debauchery out of your system, all the drinking, all the partying, all the womanizing, everything out of your system to prepare for 40 days of Lent. 40 days of Lent, that represents how Jesus on the backside of the desert went 40 days. He fasted 40 days before Satan tempted him. He waited till Jesus was at his weakest before he come and tempted Jesus. Now, what does the ashes symbolize? That when you take the ash, you're making a commitment to the Lord your God that you're going to give something up, whether it be drinking, pornography, smoking cigarettes, dipping skull, or Copenhagen, whichever one. You're going to give up a particular sin for 40 days. And ash represents grief over sin and humility before God. And it's just not Catholics that celebrate this. Anybody can celebrate Lent, and I encourage you to give up something for 40 days. And just don't give up red meat, or just don't give up chocolate, or what. Give up. Challenge yourself. Challenge yourself. Give up pornography. Give up smoking. Give up drinking. Be a man. Be a woman. Stand before God and say, God, I can do all things through you who strengthens me. Praise God for that. So happy Ash Wednesday for anyone who's going to participate in Lent. I'll be praying for you. Giving up something for 40 days is going to be tough. They see, Steve, about the first 2.5 to 3 weeks. It takes about 2.5 to 3 weeks to totally give up a habit. Of course, you've got people that have been in prison and, ain't, smoked or did drugs. Of course, you can get that in prison too. But, some of them ain't done it forever. And as soon as they get out, they go right back to doing the same old thing. So, that being said, I'm just going to say, just challenge yourself. Steve, I missed a phone call with this person named Richard. Could you brief me on what he was asking?
Yeah, it was an email from Richard, and he just got his. Let me pull up his email. He said his longtime listener called a couple times, just wondering if you could put the word out. Just got my CDL this past Tuesday from Napier Truck Driving School. I think that's something here in our area, like in Cincinnati. He said, if anybody has any ideas or anybody around here, which, again, is the Cincinnati area, is hiring so I can get some experience, hope to hear back from you. That was his email.
Well, a lot of times, Steve, the companies, things have changed. I've been doing this 26 years, and this year makes 20 over here at O'Reilly Auto, the parts that I've been with. And I know when I hired on here, I had to have 2 years experience.
Right.
And I had to have a resume. Now things have changed because there's quote unquote a self-described driver shortage. I don't think there's a driver shortage whatsoever. Right. If you ask me personally, experience is key. But if you're going to try and work locally, you need to go beat down the doors of some of these companies. Jolly and Sex Maniac, they drive for Dayton Freight right there. I would try them. But you need to have your expectations not high but low. You got to remember, the problem with a lot of people these days, they want to go in top of the totem pole. And they want to go in and make the big money. It don't work like that. You start out at the bottom and you work your way up. Our pay scale here, when you come here, where I work at, we top out at $30.50 an hour. That's top out pay. When you get hired in, they hire you in at $23 an hour. That's what you're going to hire in making. And you work your way up to the top by doing a good job, being on time. That's very important. Having no accidents, having a good evaluation at the end of the year, so you get your raise. And you got to like Steve's dad always said about finding your niche in this system, in this business. You got to go in there, be a man, be honest, Don't lie to them, and show that you're a hard worker. Don't go in there thinking you're going to know it all. Listen, I don't care if you've heard the same thing 20 different times. You may hear it a different style or a different way it's told. Sit down, shut up, and listen.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go in there thinking, well, I've heard this before, I can do it. Because some of these veterans may have something else they want to add to it. You may have heard the same thing, but it may be worded different, and you may get something out of it. So I wish you the best of luck, Richard. Praise God. I want to encourage you, if you're not a believer in Jesus Christ, get Jesus in your life. Let him direct your path and put it before the Lord, and wake up every day thanking God that he woke you up and that you're going into a job at entry level, and you're going to do a good job. He's going to help you. He's going to get you to where you need to be in life, and so you can depend on him. Other than that, Steve, that's about all I got, my brother. I'm just glad to be on the phone with you. Man, you talk about that weather. Ooh, my God. I come through it, man. It was bad. Really, really bad. I mean, I started out, let's see here, we left Saraland, Alabama, which is a suburb of Mobile. That's where number 2, Ryan Williams for University of Alabama, he's from that area. So we left out there, pulled out of Saraland, and buddy, from Saraland all the way to the Pascagoula River Bridge, it was a frog strangler. I mean, a gully washer, wind blowing and everything else. So I'm glad we're out of it. As now it's getting a little bit cooler, but I'm glad wintertime is just about over with. Want to remind you, God's children, that this Sunday we spring ahead. So don't forget we spring ahead.
Yep.
We will not be having church at Determined Ministries Church this Sunday. We'll be doing a best of. My son's getting married, so we're going to be at the beach in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And then afterwards, we'll be going to Lambert's Cafe. There's one in Sikeston, Missouri. There's one in Foley, Alabama, where my mother turned 70 years old. We'll be celebrating her birthday. And, of course, my son, Trey, and his wife, Tori's, wedding. So we'll be having that going on there. So we're going to miss not having church, but just go back and watch a best of, and we'll be back on, guess what, 3:16, and God's already got a great message. He certainly does. I've already got a couple of scriptures that he's laid on my heart. So come and join us live on 3:16, God's children. 3:16 will be our next live service at Determined Ministries Church. Before I get off here, and Richard, when you get that job, you're going to need some swag. You're going to need some decent clothes, and you're going to need a little mug to put your coffee in, your sweet tea or your unsweet tea, as you Yankees like to drink it, and I love you Yankees out there. You're gonna need this. And I tell you, the best place to go to get some good work clothes is overnightdriveradio.com. That's right, overnightdriveradio.com. You go there, Richard. We got trucker hats. You got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirts, and hey, Steve, you may have to wear a work uniform that has your name on it. But guess what? You can wear that shirt up underneath the uniform and still show your Steve Sommers pride. So go there, and this ain't just for Richard. It's for anybody who wants to get some good clothes and good products. overnightdriveradio.com. And I did listen to the entirety of the Trump speech, and that idiot Al Green, he is a moron. He's a black guy that's got his hair in a weave pulled back in a ponytail like he's trying to be cool. Come on, man. You're not cool. You're a daggone moron. And the rest of them Democrats, like that Pocahontas sitting there clapping. Oh, what Pocahontas wants 5 more years?
5 more years of war. Yeah.
It was in plain. Yeah, 5 more years of war. The whole world saw it in plain sight what they are about. Warmongers. Oh, they claim to be the party of peace and we're standing up for women's rights. No, they're not. They don't care two hoots about you. So think about it. You saw it plain as day. So you got a president that does care, that's trying to get us on an equal playing field and trying to get our tips or everything else non-taxable. So, hey, good speech. I thought it was Trump's best speech. And I wish this administration the best of luck. I know God is with them. And I got to go right now, God's children. I wish you all the best. I love you. And I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, I'll talk to you later. Bye now.
All right, thank you for the update. Have a great morning, and we'll return after this.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
You know, you gotta love the folks at the Babylon Bee. You know, satire. You're taking typical, true stories in the news on any given day and giving them a comical twist. A lot of people confuse some of their headlines as being true. No, the Babylon Bee, it's all shish kebab and giggles, fun and games. And they had a great headline this past day. Before Trump addressed the joint session of Congress. It says, Trump to address Congress in scuba gear to avoid drowning in liberal tears. After completely mopping the floor with the snowflake libs on the Senate floor, the Trump administration fears that he's at a high risk of drowning in a literal tidal wave of liberal tears Tuesday night Of course, the risk for liberal tear downpours is always high anytime Trump speaks. But under these conditions, the risk is driven up exponentially. Not only is there going to be a record amount of crying, like a bunch of babies, but the melting snowflakes will cause a rapid rise in the sea level. So it's just smart for the president to take any precautions necessary. For the general public, scientists recommend staying indoors. And families located in blue states may need to wear a life vest on Tuesday night. That's right up your alley, Knucklebuster.
That guy's full of baloney, ain't he?
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to look at the Babylon Bay yesterday. I'm finally getting my backside out of Florida here. Praise the Lord. Pass some more thing there. So, just think, Brother Hamler, he can preach on all the good chapter 3, verse 16 on the Bible, since he's only going to preach on 3:16. So, and anytime I've ever been down there to Mardi Gras, Steve, I like to go down there just to hand them beads out to them women to show them big hooters off. And I promise you, I'm not going to quit looking. I ain't blind and I ain't gay, right?
There was a lot of that going on last evening. Trust me, Knucklebuster.
Yeah, oh yeah, I know that's right. I've been down there and looked at a bunch of them. I'm proud of every one of them. There's I think what I'm going to do is save my boss man some money on his fuel. I'm going to just swap this big old 615 horsepower motor off for one of them one-cylinder diesel engines I was talking to you about last night. That'll save him a bunch of money on the fuel, won't it?
It will.
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. He's always crying about the price of that fuel there. Well, my uncle had a 1950 Chevrolet pickup, see, with a Ford bed on it. And we called it a Ford. Well, this guy, I read on the drive, he swapped a turbo, his Ford F-250, put the motor in it, was a 8.1 liter big block Chevy in a Ford Super Duty.
Okay.
Imagine that.
Right.
A Ford, another Ford. That's a big old motor, 8.1 liter there. His name was Evan Thompson. I don't think it said where he was out of. He's always taken out of the box like that, and but he bought it for $6,500. Transmission didn't work in it, and then he put his mind to work and went to changing things around. Well, let's get a shout-out, Semper Fi shout-out to Truck and Field. Has Monkey Gouger called in yet?
We have not heard from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. No, sir.
Imagine that. Yeah. Well, let's get all this over with. Y'all buy some Stabile products. I put Stabile in all my cars. Doesn't matter. I can buy real gas for my small engines there. Mm-hmm. I don't go down there and buy that ethanol gas from a small engine. I buy the real stuff. From Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Products, he's wanting to buy some beads and go down there to Mardi Gras too. So you know he's gonna like that. But anyway, that's all my bull on it for today, Steve. You've had a great show. I'm going to head up here. What's the weather like up there in Albany, Georgia for in the morning?
Well, I was going to tell you, all that rain that's coming through Georgia and moving into the Florida Panhandle, you're going to run into some rain eventually, and some of that may be rather heavy at times. Yeah, you're going to hit the rain headed out of Florida.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting his crackdown on illegal immigration during his joint address to Congress tonight. Trump said he's launched the most sweeping border crackdown in American history.
Illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Trump said illegal immigrants heard his words and chose not to come. He also called Joe Biden the worst president in American history based on what Trump said were hundreds of thousands of illegal border crossings per month. The president challenged Democrats to join him in applauding America and the administration.
And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
Trump invited Democrats to stand and applaud at what he saw as positive momentum. They declined, leaving only Republicans standing and cheering. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, there's old Truckin' Phil checking in after all. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation. And the great product of Staybill, 49, starting things off. Only warming up a couple degrees, like 51 for a high. A lot of wind and rain at Fort Wayne. 44 heading to 52 with rain and wind in Newaygo, Michigan. That's the kind of day he's looking at. Right on, Knucklebuster, roll on as we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo and back again. And as always, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, be careful driving in the wind. Yeah, it is windy outside the bunker. Cloudy skies. Got the wind advisories. We're in the up to, say, 45-mile-an-hour winds today. I think you're going to have higher winds up there in Fort Wayne and Newaygo. Some gusts approaching maybe like 55, 60 at times. See what old Sundance has to say about that great speech last night.
Congratulations. He's doing a great job.
Okay.
I hope he gets it all done.
So what's happening, Sundance?
Huh?
I said, what's happening?
What's what?
What's going
on?
on?
I just want to chime in and help. I want to chime in and tell Richard a thing or two.
Okay.
And based off of what Rambler was talking about, people are making $18 to $21 an hour at McDonald's, and I don't think the truck driver should be at $23 an hour. So, and you lambasted me one time when you hung up when I couldn't respond about I got into a lease purchase deal, and now I've got to sue my former employer. They are not my employer when I'm a lease purchase. We are business partners. We have a contract between the partners. The problem I had, it was a great lease purchase. It's probably the best one out there. The problem was I made $360,000 on 140,000 miles. But when you do the math, I made the company $700,000, and my percentage was supposed to be 70% plus fuel surcharge. So I should have made around $500,000 based on the numbers that I made the company. But when they go and rip me off, and then they end up making, I got down to 50%. That's why I have to sue the people that stole my money. Now, there's money to be made out here, and the problem with the industry is, I'll tell you what, if you go to your employer and ask them to show you what they're charging the customers, because they're charging the customers a lot of money for driver wages, they're just not passing it down, because we all fall for the 60 cents per mile thing, and we all fall for the $1.20 a mile thing, or $1.60 a mile, or 88% of whatever number they want to give you. So yeah, so if you want to make $23 an hour and give up your family and be gone and all that stuff, it's not worth it. You will destroy your life. You will have no friends. So the best thing you can do, Richard, is take your CDL, put it on the wall, and go home and get a real job, because this industry, because of stupid people, is always going to be what it is. And we were great at one time, but we have let stupid get in here, and stupid stays out here, and stupid comes out here for a year to pay off their school, and then they leave. So you're never going to get a raise. And the reason I know this is because I've got drivers that are coming in where I'm at now. They've had their CDL for 2 years. They make 60 cents a mile. I've been driving 30. I'm at 60 cents a mile. You'll never get a raise. I should be at 90 based on a penny a year, but I'm not going to get it, okay? So, because you know why? Because there's somebody that wants to drive a truck for no money. So, Richard, go home, enjoy your life, and stay out of these trucks.
Is there nowhere you can go to make more there?
Is there anywhere you can go to where? Yeah, there's some places you can go.
Okay.
Car hauling would probably be where I would start, but it's all based on what somebody's going to come in there. Like Jack Cooper got put out of business, has been around for 70 plus years because somebody's going to come in and do it cheaper. This industry needs to be regulated. But all this cutthroat competition stuff, y'all are destroying each other every day, and you'll keep destroying each other till you're below the McDonald's worker, because they've caught up to you almost. We used to be 5 times ahead of them, and now we're just barely ahead of them.
And one final question.
I mean,
are you driving a truck there, Sundance?
Yeah. Yep, sure am.
Why?
This is
why?
This is
based on what you just said. Why? Why don't you pack up and go home? Hang your CD on the wall. Why are you driving a truck?
Well, I'm 59 years old. What do you want to do, Steve? What do you want to? You want me to go work for somebody else that I have no technological training in?
Okay.
This is what I love to do,
Well,
Steve.
I mean, you're
criticizing. This is what I do.
You just criticized yourself. You are driving a truck for 60 cents a mile. Now, whose fault is that? You said you could get a job making more somewhere. I mean, you said stupid comes into the biz. I mean, you're a prime example, if you ask me. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Point made. I didn't hear from Philip this morning. I hope Philip's, maybe typically when he doesn't check in on a weeknight, he's under the weather, maybe not feeling good, maybe something going on, but it kind of filled me in last evening about the Starship, the launch being called off at the final seconds there. I guess that was Monday night. So the launch did not happen. They encountered issues, they say, with both of the vehicle's elements. The super heavy booster and the ship upper stage, they called the launch off after holding the countdown clock at T-minus 40 seconds. Now, they didn't specify during their webcast what the issues were. Wasn't immediately clear when they might try again for launch, what would be flight number 8. Standing down from today's flight test attempts, Starship is determining the next best available opportunity to fly, according to SpaceX. Tuesday morning, March 4th, yesterday morning, they announced that they're targeting later on tonight, Wednesday evening, this evening, a window that will open up at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Of course, Starship trying to develop the fully reusable Starship to help humanity maybe settle the moon and Mars, among other spaceflight feats. Debuted in April of 23. They've got 7 test flights under their belt, most of which have not ended real pleasantly, if you know what I mean. Explosions on the launch pad, crash landings, and, unpredicted midair disintegration, whatever the term they use. The last test, 7, the upper stage exploded over the Atlantic Ocean, which turned into a big-time nighttime sky show for people in the Turks and Caicos Islands and other areas. That launch was supposed to deploy a set of what they call dummy Starlink satellites. They're going to try that again with flight number 8. If all goes according to plan, Super Heavy will nestle into the launch tower's chopstick arms, and ship will fly much of the way around Earth before making a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean off of Western Australia. That is the plan. Again, at this point, launch window is slated for 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. All right, let's see. Yes, Knucklebuster. Welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Steve Sommers. Sundance, I can't believe that you get on there and slam the very industry that's providing a paycheck for you. Let me tell you something. You're ignorant. If you're not smart enough to have figured it out by now how to make yourself a good living, you're not smart enough to be a company driver. You're not smart enough to be an owner-operator. I promise you, you're just a lease driver, and you're paying somebody for a job. That's what you're doing. And if you ain't figured that out by now, then I feel sorry for you. And that's all. Oh, wait a minute, Steve. There's a tear in our beer, and we're crying for. I ain't even gonna call him a deer. So that's all my bull on the tank.
All right,
Big comment, Steve.
Had to get a follow-up there. Let's see what Lauren Weiss has to say. The two-time world champion bull hauler.
Morning, Steve. It's 2 nights in a row here, man.
Yeah, how about that?
Hey, I know I started over the road in 1990, and back then I started pulling tankers, and I worked for a company that they paid on the household movers guide. That's how they paid you, and I discovered through getting directions at a terminal one time, the directions they gave me were a little bit different mile-wise than what I was being told the load paid, and it turned out that they were billing the customers on practical miles, and then they would turn around and pay me on movers guide miles, and that's how they were breaking that down. And then I got into doing this in the late 90s, what I'm doing now, hauling livestock. We get paid for all the miles this truck runs, and I'm set up. I got a really, really high mileage pay when I'm loaded, and then I've got it's about half of that when I'm empty. So I do really, really good with this, but I get paid for every mile this truck runs, and I have for years and years. I wouldn't do anything else where they're going in and paying the post office or whatever they used to do. That just don't, to me, that don't work right, and then I look at what these companies pay now, and they might advertise 60 cents a mile or something, and that's well and good, but for me to equate that to go get a freight job, I'd have to get average 3,000-4,000 miles a week for it to be any good at 60 cents a mile, in my opinion, because it seems to me like since the ELDs come in, they've jacked the mileage pay way up because the actual miles the drivers are able to drive have gone down, and so it may not weigh out right. But I agree with what Knucklebuster says. If you make $20-some an hour at McDonald's, I don't know why you're out here killing yourself out on the road, man. Shoot, I'll go home and flip burgers for that kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, well, that's all I wanted to say on that, Steve. People probably already knew that, but I don't know if they still do it that way now, but they had one set of miles that they paid the driver and one set that they billed the customer, and I guess they figured their profit in between there somewhere.
And my dad talked about that for years, and I think most are doing practical miles now because that when drivers figured out that the household movers guide miles, I mean, in some cases it was going from your starting point to, I guess you'd say maybe the city limits of the city you were going into, and depending on every city's different in size, but if you're say you're going into a major metro area, the companies had figured out they could short you 20, 30 miles, 40 miles by paying the household movers guide. In some cases it may only be a few miles, 10, 15, but it all adds up. Every 10, 15, 20 miles you end up not paying the driver. The company was just pocketing that money. Like I said, I haven't heard discussion on that in quite a few years. Is anyone still using that household movers guide? All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
performance.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, kind of rolling down the home stretch here on a hump day, Ash Wednesday. See if my voice recognition technology is it Chicken Truck Tommy?
Hey, Steve, good morning. I've been listening to you a long time, but it's my first time calling. It's an honor to speak with you.
I thought that was the case. I got your number down before we get started. First time caller code, $60. Do you use any Hot Shot Secret products?
Yes, sir. I got a diesel pickup. I just bought my first this winter. My first Hot Shot Secret just from listening to your show. That went to Walmart and picked up the anti-gel for my pickup.
All right. Very good. So you were calling in what? You drive a chicken truck, right?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and laugh, but let me tell you, these boys call and complain about money, this and that. You had a feller the other week calling and complaining about this industry. That's what I tell everybody driving out here, all the new drivers that they send me with sometimes to train. I tell them, look, this job is what you make it. Yeah. I tell everybody, I don't care what's on the side of my door. I don't care what's behind me. If it's paying the bills, that's all that matters to me.
Absolutely.
And it's, you gotta find what works best for you. If like me in particular, I don't want to be away from my family too much. So that's why I do what I do. I got a local job. I'm lucky enough to get a local job that pays the type of money it does. And there's a lot of people come where I work and they say, I don't want to get dirty. I don't want to do this and that. Well, this ain't going to work for you. It don't matter to me. I'm just here to make the most money I can make. And I'm in a good opportunity, and this is what I'm going to do. But these fellers out here complaining, this and that, if it don't work for you, then go find something else to do. Go find a different job. Trucking covers so many different industries out here. I started out doing hand cart work, delivering beverages, food. That was a back-busting job. It didn't pay too good, but it got me my start, got me my experience. And then I went for hazmat because that's what I knew paid good money. And then someone turned me on to this agricultural work. It's definitely not as dangerous as the fuel hauling was, and it pays better money, which surprised the hell out of me. I said, ain't no way hauling chickens, doing grain, pays more money than hauling fuel, but it in my particular case where I work at, it sure does. So that's what I did, and that's where I've been now for 10 years. That's where I'm going to stay.
So being in a chicken truck right now, your particular line of work's getting a lot of attention with the bird flu. What's the bird flu doing to your job, and what kind of impacts are you seeing?
We're losing a little bit here and there, but there's such a demand for chickens. They're not slowing down. We got a lot of biosecurity stuff that we follow. You know, we got to spray off the trucks, you know, after each load and before you go on to a chicken farm. You know, we're spraying them off, we're spraying the wheels off, spraying the trucks off with I don't know what it is, but it burns the hell out of your eyes. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
I hope it's killing whatever's killing the chickens.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, again, great to hear from you, Chicken Truck Tommy. Yeah, we'll get you a $60 first-time caller code. And thanks for being a listener, and please don't be a stranger. Chime in anytime.
Oh yes, sir. I'll start doing that. I listen to you every morning. Our schedule's kind of crazy. It's all hours of the night and changes day by day depending on how far we got to go. But I always make sure I turn into you every morning.
Thank you so much. All right, great to hear from you. There you go. Lovely. Hey, it's been a while. I think that's the first time we've had in about a week. So very good. Thank you very much. Would that be the anonymous hippopotamus?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I had a call I had to pick up real quick there. That was when we were on the last time, so I'm sorry for letting you go the way I did, but things got to do what things got to do.
Exactly.
But, so you know, I don't know. I hate to be a naysayer in it, but unless you can find a niche to doing this type of work, I mean, now as you said, sometimes you got to pay your dues, so you kind of take whatever kind of job you get, plan on, you know, not being there a long time and suffer with what you got to get your experience. I mean, we all kind of did that. But I mean, if you need to start generating your revenue and have decent revenue, the best thing to do is to try to find something that's niche, something that's just not ordinary. You can't just haul a general box down the road. Probably don't want to just haul a regular reefer down the road. You know, you want to see if you can get into something that, I mean, sometimes the flatbeds will get you. You know, if you can get somebody to get you started with flatbed, you can get something there. Depends on how you want to be. As you know, they were saying there, you want to be home during the day, you know, home every day or every night and see your family and that, then you got to find something local. If that's not important, and, you know, nights, weekends, holidays, and all that stuff's not important, then you can, you know, get something that runs a little further up and down the road. But you know, the niche thing, whether it's, you know, bulk with the pneumatics or bulk with liquid tanks, or, you know, just something that's not quite the ordinary. Even start out local, you know, the dump truck places and stuff like that, you know. So I don't know, but, you know, as you know, it goes, if you're looking to make a decent dollar, it's just, you know, the general freight doesn't do it. But anyways, you were talking about the household movers guide there, and kind of what Lauren Weiss was talking about there when he said post offices. It ran from zip code to zip code.
Okay.
So depending on where you started out in a zip code, if you were on the far side of the zip code and you had to go somewhere else and you were delivering to the far side of the zip code, well, the household mover guide only paid you to the closest side to zip code to closest side.
Okay, so it was zip code to zip code. I knew it was something, but hey, we are out of time, flat out. Got to roll. Have a great day. We'll see you back at midnight tonight.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.